All right, everyone, and welcome inside North Hill Bowl for the 23rd annual Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout here on NDBowlTV. I'm Darren Sini alongside Ken Fletcher, bringing you bonus coverage this morning of match play, followed by the Stepladder finals this afternoon. And Ken, welcome back to NDBowlTV.
Yeah, it feels like it's been a while, but it was only, just a month or two ago.
That's right, yeah. Well, for this show anyways, you weren't with us last year, but...
Yep, a couple years ago for me since I've been here, but always great to be back in North Hill Bowl. Great tournament here every year.
So what's going to happen today is we've got 30 people who advanced from the qualifying round yesterday, and those 30 people are split up into 3 groups of 10. All players will then bowl round-robin matches within their division, or group as you would call them, with the winner of each match receiving 30 bonus pins. After game 9, we will have a position round where they will have 1 and 2 on 29 and 30 in front of us, 3 and 4 on 31, 32, 5 and 6 on 27, 28, and then all the way down to lanes 3 and 4. And then following that position round, our final 5 will be in our stepladder finals. So as always, if you're joining us here early on, let me know how everything looks, how everything sounds. And we will be underway here shortly. Players are currently in the middle of their 15-minute warm-up. I don't have the pattern up at the moment, but we are bowling on a, what do we got here? A 44-foot,
2.3, I believe.
Yeah, about 2.36 to 1. There's under 30 mils. A lot of shape in the middle of the lane. A lot of oil in the middle of the lane. See, a lot of players are playing right with surface, but there's also a few players that are already in the middle of the lane.
We were talking to a couple of them this morning before we started, and they're giving us our strategy, and they're like, nope, I'm going to move left because right's not my game, and you can totally understand why after playing on this yesterday.
I would agree, but historically in this building on day 2, the gutter is always in play. I don't know what it is, but it seems like the winners always play the gutter. And if we look back to last year, defending champion Clayton Reed last year was the only player playing right of 10 in the stepladder finals. All 4 of his opponents, after tried to play it from left, and he was able to run the ladder last season to win. He is in the field here this afternoon, or this morning, I should say. He qualified yesterday with a pretty good block. What did Clayton finish at?
17:07, so that put him in 11th yesterday.
Okay, so a good day for him. He's going to look to win back-to-back shootout titles, which I don't think has ever been done in the 22 years so far. When looking at the field today, let's see how many past champions do we have in our top 30 field. Let's see, Paul Bober made it. He's a winner in 22. Clayton Reed, obviously the defending champion, is in the field. Brady Stearns, 2-time winner here, I believe in 23 and in 19 was a winner. And that's it.
That is it.
So, looking at our scores yesterday, Chris Hill at 1872 was a top qualifier. And for being the top qualifier here at the shootout, he will earn a free entry into next season's shootout. The cut to the top 30, Daniel Kimmer at 1637. So 37 over was the cut to make it. There was 117 entries, so a pretty good turnout this year. I believe there was only 103 last year, so a nice little boost this season. Ken, how did this pattern play for you? I know you and I both bowled this tournament yesterday. Neither of us made the cut. That's why we're sitting back here today. But how did the lanes play for you?
You know, they're pretty tight for me early on. You know, I tried to keep it pretty square, not give away too much of the head pin, and you know, it had its moments where it looked pretty good, but you know, it can get away from you real quick. You know, as the day went on, you just kept moving left and chasing the hook, and it was there. I mean, you can tell by the scores with 37 over being the cut. You know, you definitely, if you got the right ball in your hand, it worked. But yeah, you know, I'm a little bit rusty when it comes to tournament play myself, so didn't quite make it for me. But you know, I got to bowl next to Chad Nelson all day and watched him, you know, pretty much do whatever he wanted in the middle of the lane. And, you know, it's just one guy. You bowled with a couple guys that made the cut today. You know, I had one guy I bowled with Ryan Savoy. He made the cut as well. And, like, there's a good look out there if you can get the right ball in your hands, that's for sure.
What I found interesting about this pattern was, since it's 44 feet and under 30 mils, I know a lot of the players tended to kind of gravitate towards the middle of the lane quicker. But what surprised me was how much free hold there was late in the block. And I think that's why the scores shot up the way they did. I think it was after the Game 5 sheet, the cut was -6. And then it finished at +37. So some rough scores towards the middle during the breakdown, but once we got to the end of the block, it was pretty crazy how high the scores were. And one that sticks out is Chris Charles. Chris Charles started his day 224, 215. The transition hits 164, 173. And then I don't know what he did. I might have to visit with Chris at some point. But he goes 278, 233, 279, 278. And ends up finishing with a block of 1844. So something. And I, knowing, one second here. Reverse zeros every game, says Jeff. Anyways, we'll be underway here. But according to the lanes, anyway, according to Chris Charles, as we were talking about, the way his game is, I feel like once he found that hold that developed, because of the 44-foot pattern, that's why he couldn't miss. And knowing how his game is, it makes sense.
Yeah, you give him enough of a bumper with, you know, everybody playing, maybe not everybody, you know, a lot of people playing service and just burning up that spot. And, yeah, there was definitely, like you said, that free hold in the middle once you got late in the day. I mean, I can think of a few shots I had where it's like, oh, I pulled that, and it goes 55 feet before it even sees the lane.
Yep. I definitely know the feeling there. I'm going to work on getting our scores kind of situated here. 1 second. Had to kind of guess where the names would be. So, again, if you're just joining us, let us know how the scores look and everything. Make sure you guys can see everything going on. Glenn, thank you for joining us in the chat room early on this morning. Again, I'm Darren Cini alongside Ken Fletcher, bringing you bonus coverage here of match play this morning. And, of course, we will have the Stepladder finals following match play. I would guess roughly around that 1:30 time frame, 1:30, 2 o'clock. So grab a coffee, grab a breakfast, and settle in with us. Looks like in front of us, Brady Gustafson and Brent Newman, Brady Stearns and Tyler, I'm not going to try to butcher his name. That is our featured pairs at the moment. And Glenn, thank you for that feedback. Do appreciate it. Glad everything looks and sounds well for everyone.
Yeah, we had a couple, I mean, it seemed like 4 or 5 either first-timers or first-time cut makers today with, I believe Tyler being one of them. Impressive game, though, just on the first couple shots we've seen.
And one thing I will point out is in past seasons, the championship match seems to be dictated off of who starts on 29 and 30. In the past years, it has always been that way. How the championship pair breaks down is heavily dependent on who starts there at the beginning of the day. And when you look at the rack right now and what these players are throwing, I see urethane. So that is something to keep in mind once we get to our championship match, how that particular pair is going to play on our show.
You definitely saw Brady throwing a couple shots of urethane, but he ultimately looks like he decided to go with the Helios. So
Yep, but Tyler is throwing a pitch black, I believe. So a little mix of both.
yeah, and as you said, the gutter being in play, well, neither one are really out towards the gutter. Brady's already into fourth arrow.
As you can see, once you move in towards that spot, there is a little bit of bounce down lane. But as you alluded to earlier, once you miss a little outside of that, you're not going to get that recovery until later in the day.
Yeah, and that could be a question if you even see that today or not.
Right, with far less people bowling. Because we had, 6 to a pair? Some pairs had 7
Yep.
yesterday. Well, Brady Stearns doing Brady Stearns things on Sunday here in Minot. 2-time winner here at the Shootout. Lost last season in the championship match to Clayton Reed. I believe last night you and I were hanging out in the lounge here and someone had asked me, so who do you think is going to do well tomorrow? And my very initial thought was it's hard to bet against Brady Stearns on day 2 at the Shootout.
Yeah, the amount of shows he's made, not only here, but just, on NDBowlTV is staggering, we'll say.
That's one way to describe it, yes.
Yeah. But I mean, Brady, I'm not positive how old Brady is. He's probably somewhere in our age, I think.
Early 30s.
Yeah, I think, maybe a little younger, but, somebody that age to being that accomplished, and, we look at him in that kind of light already. There's couple, maybe 2 bowlers that are bowling right now where it's like, maybe he would be a little bit more accomplished than him, but not much.
Right. You definitely have some star power here today when you look down the concourse here down to lanes 3 and 4 is where they're starting, and we're all the way down here at the opposite end of the action here today. But you look down there and you got guys like Chad Nelson, Austin Ducharme, Paul Bober, a lot of very talented players in the building today.
Yeah, several major champions, several young up-and-coming, probably eventual major champions too.
Including 15-year-old Tatum Lee made the cut and is bowling here today, so keep an eye out for him. He lost in the title match of the state scratch singles tournament that we had right here on NDBowlTV back in November.
Yeah, we talk about the people who made it, but also the people that didn't make it, and even the first, handful of guys that just missed our first alternate, Dawson Unrath.
Correct, yep.
a very talented. What is Dawson 18 yet?
Yeah, this would be his first year of college, so he's either 18 or 19.
Yeah. He missed by 1 pin. Ty Weiler, another impressive young kid. And I feel like we can't talk about Ty without talking about what his dad did yesterday.
I'll leave that up to you. I'll leave that up to you.
I had the privilege of bowling with Darren yesterday, and let's just say he did not start very well. He had, I think, 150, 140 his first 2 games, 150, 140, 142 his first 2, and decided I'm just going to make a ball change and just see what happens, and proceeded to shoot 299 game 3 down on 37-38. And all of a sudden he goes from 100 under to almost even.
Oh, yep.
No big deal. No, I mean, the rest of the day didn't turn out, like he'd hoped, but, a good memory right there for him.
Yeah, there were actually a few big games yesterday. I know we had a 299 from Dustin Harold. We had a 290, what was it, from Darren Weiler?
299 from Darren.
And then Josh Telecki had 270 something. He was on my pair. He had front 9.
Yeah, we had a few 270s. Travis Herzard had 289. I think he left a 10 pin in the second one is what I heard. But yeah, if you had it, you had it.
That's for sure. So there's definitely some big scores out there, and there's definitely some bad scores out there. So it'll be interesting to see how things progress today with far fewer players out on the lanes. Brian checking in from Thunder Bay, Ontario. Appreciate that. Peyton Sumner's, not being here bowling today, as it wasn't the best of qualifying rounds for you yesterday, but I'm sure you'll be back at it next weekend down in Mandan for the KFYR TV Bowling Classic.
Mm-hmm.
So tune in on Thursday, where I will have a preview of that tournament. And then on Tuesday this week, I will have a complete recap of the shootout on NDBowling.com. So tune in for that. A lot of content coming up for the website and for the live stream. Our next show here on NDBowlTV will be March 1st, as we will go live from Sunset Lanes in Moorhead for the season's final major, the NDBowling.com Classic. So keep that one on your calendar. Always a good spare pickup there.
You look at it, you think it's so easy.
You would think, yes.
And how many times do you just take the 3? 75%, feels like.
Yeah, I left that in a 10th frame. I think it was game 2. I was actually in a pretty good spot, and then I left the 310 in the 10th frame and missed left of target, and then sent the 3 around the 10, which is always pleasant.
Yeah, that's a fun feeling. You're like, oh, I missed it, but I missed it in the right spot.
Yep.
Only to have that.
Again, appreciate everyone who has tuned in early on this morning. If you haven't already, please share our stream on social media. Hit the thumbs up button if you would be so kind as to doing that. And if you haven't already, please consider subscribing. Again, we are in game 1 of 10 here for match play this morning. Following game 9, there will be a position round. And then after position round, we will have our top 5 determined for the Stepladder finals. which will be taking place on 29 and 30.
Oof. Tough break for Brady, but you can see like there's some potential out there right now. Brent Newman's got a nice game going.
Yeah, I bowled with Brent all day yesterday, and this game's so simple. Just kind of kept it in the middle of the lane. Didn't really give away the head pin much. And what did we looked yesterday? His low game was 197. Didn't have a game over 223 or something like that.
Yeah, there were a few people that were like that yesterday. Where's Brent? There he is. Yeah, 191 with a high game, 233. Yeah, several people. Mike Upton had a 190 low game, 238 high game, and was less than 100 over. Brady over here, 193 low game, 226 high game. So it's, like a lot of guys could keep it in play. Just, maybe don't catch the big one, but we're just solid all day long. And that's all you got to do on day one. And even honestly on day two, if you were to do that, you're probably going to be in really good shape.
Yeah, day two is so dependent on the matches. I saw it a couple weeks ago in Manitoba. We're catching certain guys at certain times to get those bonus pins is sometimes important, and it's more important here than it was in Manitoba, as the win in Manitoba was only worth, I believe, 10 points.
Oh, really?
Here it's a 30 bonus pins, so the wins here for match play are pretty important when you're considering 10 match play games, so 300 bonus pins are out there.
I mean, you win 8 games, and that's an extra 240 game right there.
One thing to kind of watch as this pattern breaks down is the carry down. That was a kind of the time that I think a lot of the scores started going down. Guys didn't quite know where to go with it, as you started to see a lot of flat hits. So then people started moving around the lane and didn't exactly know what to go to. 44 feet, a little under 30 mils. The carry down was definitely something to keep an eye out for.
I'll attest to that one. I left 2 8-10s in one game. Yeah, it definitely got a little tricky during kind of the middle portion of the day. You can't do that against Brady.
Mary, thank you for tuning in. Do appreciate you as always. And shout out to all of our new subscribers. As just recently we topped the 2,700 subscriber mark, so a big thank you to everyone out there who has shared our stream and hit the thumbs up button. I do appreciate that.
Solid game from Brent going right here. Set just really simple and just keeps it in play, and that's should bode well early.
Yes, it's half the battle anymore in these tougher patterns.
Yeah, and I mean, from what I'm seeing, there's not too many guys trying to play that far right. Oops. I wonder if Brady is second guessing his ball choice at the moment. Or if it's more of just a couple not great shots.
Yeah, I don't think that was Brady's best there. But,
No, that one definitely wasn't, but, you know, he's had a couple iffy ones on that lane, so something to keep an eye on. He's been known to jump around with where he's at, and, I mean, as good as he is, he does it with conviction, and, you know, he throws the shots he needs to get the best read off the lane, so.
Yeah, and with 10 games, there's plenty of time to get everything right.
Nice game going from Country over here to our left, Ryan Krabenhoff, for those of you that don't know. 240 on the board.
Shout out to Country, as Country has been a big-time supporter of NDBowlTV the last few years, and we do appreciate his contributions greatly, as the camera quality has gotten much better thanks to that guy. So big shout out to Ryan Krabenhoff and Country Titan Games. And like always, our championship pair, 29 and 30, showing its grit as always, as being one of the tougher pairs on this end of the building.
Yeah, and like you talked about, you know, oh, Brady.
Oops.
You know, with who starts on the pair kind of dictating how it's going to play. You got a guy. Just finding out some information about somebody taking the wrong backpack. Josh Link over here talking to Darren. If anybody on stream has a black and silver Storm backpack, might want to check if it's yours.
Okay, so did you kind of catch any of that, Ken?
Yeah, a little bit. I was telling him, looks like a wrong backpack was taken by somebody.
Yes, there's some Dexter red boas and a lot of Abralon pads in there. I don't know the size of the shoes, so if you were bowling here yesterday and have a black and silver Storm bag, you might want to look at them because you might have grabbed the wrong bag. And obviously it's nobody that's bowling right now because they would already know because they would be missing their shoes. So if you are a bowler that bowled here yesterday and have a silver and black Storm backpack with the black and red Dexter shoes, with the boa twist Titan shoes, go check your bag, and if you have the wrong one, please contact North Hill Bowl. Their phone number here is 852-4108. As I believe it's Josh Link and one of the guys he rode with is missing his bag. So,
Yeah, I think Garrett Haywood, I believe they said.
yep. So if anyone out there listening knows somebody with a silver and black Storm backpack that bowled here yesterday, please contact them and have them check their bag. It's a very common Storm backpack. In fact, I have one in my locker, and that's why I looked to make sure it wasn't mine, and it's definitely not mine. So, and you can always tell us here on stream if you have the one, so we can relay that information on to Garrett and figure out a solution. Wrapping up game number 1, looks like Tyler is going to shut out Brady Stearns following that unfortunate 3-6-10 miss by Brady in the 9th. Over here, Brent Newman with a pretty good 250 game and gets the win, so good start.
Yep, Country shooting.
Looks like they have the bag on the front desk.
Well, that's fortunate if that's the case. Either they found the bag or there's now 2 people with the wrong bag. Or
Because Rory found a black and silver Storm bag in the pro shop.
I think they got it.
So Garrett has his back. So now we got to figure out whose bag that one is.
Well, you know what? That's probably good for Garrett.
Yes.
And I would guess that whose ever bag that other one is will
Yes.
probably never be the wiser.
I'm guessing it's somebody that maybe didn't make the cut and they're not here yet, and they'll come find their stuff later. So, crisis averted.
For one person so far.
Brady testing out the pitch black on his final ball. Just doesn't have the angle to quite get the 10 out yet. And that'll do it for game number 1 here of match play here at the 23rd annual Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout. Gives us an opportunity to remind you that Storm is the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. Please head on over to your local Storm VIP Pro Shops and pick up the new releases today, the Rotogrip Transformer and the 900 Global Vengeance. Also, big thank you to the folks at Zello Gear, the official jersey partner of NDBowlTV. You can save 10% on your order at zellogear.com using promo code NDBowlTV10. And if you haven't already, follow us on Instagram, like our Facebook page, and as always, please consider subscribing. Moving on into game number 2. Question in the chat, how many games of match play? This is a 10-game match play round, so there are 3 groups of 10 in the building. 30 advancers from yesterday, all split into 3 groups of 10. They will do round-robin matches within their group, so 9 games there, and then a position round for the 10th game. Following position round, a top 5 stepladder final. For winning each match, you get a 30-pin bonus, so it's pretty important to get those wins throughout the day. trip 4 there for Tyler. Looks like Tyler and Gustafson just switched pairs. And now we have Daniel Kimmer on the left against Brady Gustafson. Tyler will face Josh Telecki on the right pair. Jeffrey's asking, can you scroll the top 30 who made the cut? Thanks. We have the standings on NDBowling.com's Facebook page. We have the entire sheet, or at least the first sheet. And if you want to see all 117 players, I know North Hill Bowl has it posted on their Facebook as well as the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout page. Unfortunately, my stream isn't advanced enough to scroll the standings on the screen, so we have to resort to kind of pointing you elsewhere for the moment. But I do appreciate you tuning in. I bowled with Josh all day yesterday, and he had a rough go of it on the fresh, but then he found, much like Chris Charles, lightning in a bottle late in the day, and I believe he had quite the run. Let's see Josh's scores here. 164, 148, 189, 164 start, and then reels off games of 242, 259, 279, 204 to make the cut and advance to match play. So once he saw a little bit of friction and found that free hold in the middle of the lane, he was one of many players who took advantage of that and vaulted their way into the cut late yesterday. And game 2 is always a interesting one to follow, as it is the first little bit of movement. As game 1, everyone kind of gets to carve out the lanes for themselves, but game 2 is that first little bit of transition.
Start to get to see the bowlers probably that have been here once or twice and kind of know what to expect going pair to pair.
And how they do it here at North Hill Bowl is, since there are 3 groups of 10, each group will bowl 3 games in a section of the house, and then the 3 groups will rotate. And historically, down on the low end of the house is where all of the leagues and the tournaments happen. So you tend to see a little more built-in friction in the lanes down there on lanes 3 through probably 16. Then as you make your way down towards us here on the high end of the house, there's a little more open play. All the birthday parties happen down on 33 through 40, so less built-in friction in the track area. So a lot of players see the lanes a little tighter down here on the high end during this tournament. Hi, yes, Andy. Thank you for tuning in. Do appreciate the comment. Hope you and your family are doing well. If there's anyone out there that has any questions and would like to know how a particular bowler is doing this morning as we progress through match play, please head on into the chat room and let us know. You can send me a message on Facebook, or if you want to get a hold of me, you can email me at darren@ndbowling.com. That's DAREN @ndbowling.com.
Nice start for Brady here.
Nick in the chat room asking, how's Talon Jacobson doing? I do not have a standing sheet yet. He appears to be in a group down on the low end of the house. So we should be able to see Talon later on in the match play portion. And once we do get a sheet, which I will guess will come out after game number 2, I will let you know his standing. Talon had a pretty good day yesterday. He started out a little rough, but then shot a bunch of 220s. Yeah, 151, 165 start for Mr. Jacobson, followed by 218, 254, 225, 225, 208, 205. So pretty good. Brian wondering how Aaron Craig is doing. Aaron Craig is also down on the low end of the house. So I will keep those players in mind when we do get a sheet. And I also do invite everyone watching to go find the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout page on Facebook and give that page a like, as I do believe they will be posting scores there, as well as find the Facebook page of North Hill Bowl. And shout out to the folks here at North Hill Bowl. Next season, they will be celebrating 70 years in business as a family-owned facility here. Thomas Wolf and Austin Descharme, we will keep that in mind. Looks like Austin is down on lane 20 at the moment. So everyone that you guys want to see is in a different group. So you'll have to wait at least 2 games before you see him in front of our stream. Again, we're bowling on a 44-foot pattern, 2.36 to 1, a little bit less than 30 mils. The shape of the pattern is pretty similar to last year, but 2 feet added in the length of the pattern, and then a little less oil. So those 2 factors definitely made everything play quite a bit different. Cut to the top 30 was plus 37. And Chris Hill was our top qualifier at 272 over. So some pretty good scores in qualifying yesterday. Ken, what kind of products worked for you yesterday? What were you throwing that looked good?
I won't say not a lot, but you know, I had a spot in there yesterday that phase 2 looked really good, kind of middle of the day, a little bit after transition. I actually brought Summit with me, and late in the day, that was surprisingly pretty decent. Hadn't thrown that ball in probably a year, and I'm like, hell, I need something else. And worked out all right. But you know, I tried to throw some aggressive pieces early on, and it didn't work, and just kind of the rolly stuff worked a lot better for me than anything that was a little bit. What am I trying to say? A little bit more, flippy or
Sure.
something that starts up super early and.
I started out yesterday throwing the transformer, which was decent on the fresh, but as they started to carry down, I needed a little more ball or something that started up a little sooner. So then I went to the Cove. And after that, I kind of transitioned into the Ion Pro Solid from left, and it looked pretty good. But Marshall, always good to see you in the chat. And yes, I have to ask him what worked well, even though he didn't make the cut. Because there are glimmers of hope out there, even if it is for a game or a few shots. You never know.
There was a point in the day yesterday I had 9 in a row over 2 games. So, I mean, I had my moments.
Tell you one thing, I'm definitely out of season for bowling tournaments because I didn't bowl in Manitoba as I did the show up there. Did not bowl the Larry Craig a few weeks ago as we live streamed from right here at North Hill Bowl. So I haven't bowled a tournament since early December, and it definitely showed yesterday. Took me a couple games just to kind of get my feet under me. Had some good games, but ultimately did not throw it consistently enough to string strikes. That was the undoing for me. I thought my spare shooting was pretty good, but when you go strike spare, strike, throw it really good in wrap 10, it's kind of what happens.
Yeah, we talk about it all too often with, we'll say, guys like us with our rev rates gets to be tough on some of these patterns with, you watch the guys that are in front of us right now and they're so heavy-handed and, it makes it a lot easier, especially as the day goes on. We have to get left with lower rev rate and it turns into Puke City oftentimes.
Yes, it is very hard to find the proper angle down lane to carry the corners in the modern game, which is why big rev rates reign supreme in my mind.
But, we watch Brent Newman shoot 250 over here to our right, game 1, and, Travis Hersrud over a couple pairs to our left. Not heavy-handed guys at all.
All right, we have a Game 1 scoring update. Let's just do top 10, and then we'll highlight the people that we need to look at here in the chat.
Well, Game 1 led by Dustin Harold shooting 257. Brent Newman 254. These are all wins, by the way. Chris Hill 243. Henry Trutwin 232. Ryan Krabanoff 225, Eric Schock 223, Travis Hersrud 213, John Breckel 211, Ryan Savoy 205, and our first non-winner, Aaron Craig in 10th at 234.
Okay, and then looking at highlighting some players. Austin Descharm 192 got a win. Thomas Wolf 189 and lost. And then Talon Jacobson, 204 and a win. He's an 11th. So I think that covers everyone that had a question in the chat room. So again, that is our Game 1 scoring update. And I'm just going to check really quick to see if they are posting that on any pages. Perhaps they will after Game 2. Yeah, nothing on there yet, but I will let you know if there is a post with the scores as we go throughout the day.
Brady having a nice game. Looks like Tyler's throwing a solid game over here on 31-2. And over to our left, I see a lot of people playing Keno this morning in Game 2.
Yes, and when we say Keno, that's like 6 threes, 7 twos, 5 fours.
Yep. Yeah, some rough scores. Chris Charles, Ryan Krabenhoff on 25 and 26. Winner's going to probably shoot 180 at best.
And again, I think Game 2 is one of the toughest games in any tournament format simply because Game 1, everyone has 15 minutes to kind of carve in the lanes for them, whether it's in qualifying or here in match play. Game 2, you must go to essentially how those first players played them. And then after Game 2, I believe the lanes start to blend out a little bit. So they're not as defined, if you would call it that. But Game 2 is always a tough one.
Yeah, like you said, they blend out. They get a little bit more consistent pair to pair. Really solid game from Tyler over here on 31.
Yeah, still has 263 on the board. With Josh pacing here at, 180 max. Looks like Tyler will get a win there. Brady Gustafson looking pretty good in our match to the left.
Yeah, Brady with 239 possible, but already in the 2 teens, so likely a win, but not a for sure thing yet. Brent, another pair over that you can't quite see. He's gonna likely pull a win there with he's in the 2-0s, but Ryan Selk maxing at 186.
Yeah, Brent can still strike out for 235. He had 254 game 1, so a good start for Brent Newman.
It's a little right, though. And
a little Booth jinx going on there as he washes out on lane 28.
Yep, so that game's a little more in doubt now. Oof, and 25 and 26, Chris Charles with the strike is going to beat Ryan Krabenhoff, and Chris has 171 max.
That is such a key in match play, is if you can catch wins on some of your worst games and get that 30 bonus pins, it's a huge difference at the end of the day when you consider how many bonus pins are available. So for Chris Charles to shoot in the 170s and be able to get a win and net himself plus, I think is a very important part in being successful in match play.
Yeah, very much, yeah. So instead of shooting 170 and, losing 30 pins, he's going to shoot 170 and break even because he caught the right bowler at the right time. And, somebody like Daniel Kimmer right here in front of us, yeah, you're going up against Brady, who's probably going to shoot in the 2 teens and shut you out, but if he's able to throw a double in the 10th, get a 2-0 on the board, hey, a 2-0 with the loss is the same as a 170 with a win.
Yeah, it's one of those. You'd like to get the bonus pins when you throw a good one, but if you can catch the bonus pins on the bad games, you're just coming out ahead. Edward, thank you for tuning in. Hope you are enjoying your morning.
Well, we have a situation.
As you were saying.
You know, how many times have we jinxed it already this morning?
Again, you can send all hate mail to Ken Fletcher. He lives in Fargo.
Well, not over yet. That's makeable, especially for somebody who can hook it like Brady is.
Yep. Got to make sure you get pins here at the very least. So 202 for Brady Gustafson, 206 possible for Daniel Kimmer. So opportunity for him.
And Brent with who goes spare 9 for 185, and Ryan, who has not had a very good game, can now step up and throw 3 in the 10th to shut him out.
That is the match to your immediate left of the camera there. Ryan Silk has an opportunity to steal a match, throwing all 3 in the 10th, as does Daniel Kimmer right here in front of us. Shot 1 on the way for Ryan Silk, does get it. All right, Kimmer now needs a double. Shot looks pretty good. Does get it. All right, strike in 7 to steal a match here in game 2.
Ryan getting the messenger for number 2.
All right, Kimmer up now. Needs a strike, looks in. Doesn't quite, it takes a 10. So we'll need a score correction there. The late kick of the 10. So now needing just 7 pins to steal a win over Brady Gustafson.
7's no gimme if you get it going right at all.
But as you could see on that shot, I thought he missed it a little left. And he's throwing what appears to be a RST hyperdrive. So that solid cover kind of burning up when it gets left in the oil. Didn't quite see it hit flat, but was fortunate to kick the 10 out late.
And Ryan Selk to the pair to our left did throw all 3 to beat Brent Newman by 1 pin.
Wow. So big changes here in the 10th frame right in front of us.
A few pairs over too. Brady Stearns did switch to urethane.
Okay.
And shot 2-0 to beat Travis Hersrud.
Uh-oh, that's left.
It's a little left.
But does get enough. That'll strike for 206. So Daniel Kimmer steals a match there and 30 bonus pins. Looks like we will get Brady Stearns and Ryan Selk perhaps on 31 and 32. Travis Hersrud coming over here to 29 and 30. We also have Country over here as well, so we'll see who goes where.
Chris Charles, one more pair to our left. So a lot of the Fargo contingent in one group here.
So it looks like we're going to get Ryan Krabenoff against Brady Stearns and Travis Hersrud against Ryan Selk right in front of us. Well, let's switch over our graphic as we enter into game number 3. If you're joining us early this morning, let us know where you're tuning in from. I'm always curious to know how far our reach is. Please head on into the chat room and let us know. Again, I'm Darren Sini alongside Ken Fletcher, bringing you bonus coverage here of the 23rd annual Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout here at North Hill Bowl in Minot. We're in game 3 of 10 in match play. Following position round game 10, we will go into a top 5 stepladder final to determine our winner.
I'm always entertained watching Country Bowl because it just, it almost looks so awkward. And you think about him about 10 years ago, and he is just, he's a guy that hooked the ball a lot. And somewhere between now and then, like, he figured it out and has been kind of a consistent presence in scratch tournaments.
There was the one year at the Classic, I feel like Country led qualifying by a considerable margin when they were giving away TVs for the qualifying leader.
Yep, I remember. Yeah, and it's like, oh, wow, he did that?
Yes, because I feel like that day, the way the rotation works in that tournament, I didn't get to see Country throw a shot all day. And then I look at the standings and I'm like, wow.
Yeah, it's surprising, but he's turned into a heck of a bowler, and you know, it might not look pretty by modern standards, if you will, but he's made it work.
And then big shout out to Country for what he does off the lanes as well. He's been a big proponent in helping promote the game of bowling down in Fargo and the region, as he has been a big supporter here at NDBowlTV. And he also raises a bunch of money for tournaments like the NDBowling.com Classic. So a big shout out to Country and what he does for bowling. We do appreciate you. Looks like we have people tuning in from Illinois, Kansas. We do appreciate that. Cheering for Paul Bober and Chris Hill. They are in a different group, so we should see them either here shortly, starting in Game 4, or they will come by our stream games 7, 8, and 9.
I believe Chris is in the next group, so we could see him soon.
How do they rotate? Is it all the groups rotate to the right or left, or is it?
Yeah, I think everyone just moves one bay to the right, so the group in front of us will go down to the low end, and then the group in the middle will come here.
Okay. I guess I've never really paid attention at this one for how they do that rotation. But as you can see, on our championship pair, Ryan Silk is a little confused, but maybe that has to do with, like we talked about earlier, players who start here. As there was a little bit of urethane, there was a little bit of heavy surface going on the last game as well.
Yeah, and Ryan kind of had those struggles the last game too, where, you know, he's like, Ryan can do whatever he wants with the bowling ball. He's that good, and you can see by his spare game, too. But we're really trying to play it pretty straight and firm, but he gets it too straight and firm, and he's been, you know, wash out 210s and hasn't quite found the bounce that I think he's looking for.
Right. Look at Travis Hersrud here, multi-time NDBowling.com major winner, and newly elected North Dakota USBC Hall of Fame member, as he got put into the Hall of Fame last fall.
very deserving.
I do agree. He got put into the Hall of Fame along with his wife Nikki, and Eric Kempel was part of that as well. I know there's a couple others that I'm probably blanking on at the moment, but big shout out to everyone who is part of our Hall of Fame here for the state of North Dakota.
Yeah, I know Travis is one of those guys. We were kind of up and coming that we looked at as like the young guy that was up in men's. Like, I'd like to be like him,
Right.
bowl as well as he does. And I mean, we've been fortunate to know Travis pretty well over the years, and good to see him. We'll say back to that form after. There's a stretch in there where I think life kind of got in the way of being able to bowl a little.
Right. His kids were at that age where he'd rather
Yep.
spend time watching them with their activities, and now that his kids are all older, we see him out here a little bit more.
And the perfect example of a guy who doesn't have the heavy hand and can still go with the best of them.
Shout out to Wild Bill in the chat room. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you're doing well. Fellow Storm staffer there. And a guy who's made our show before here at the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout a few years back. Makes you wonder if when Ryan Salk throws shots that I'll watch it kind of on our extra monitor here.
So I'm pretty sure it just rolled it forward. Yep.
Yeah, that was a good strike, so score correction and reset in order, but it makes you wonder if Ryan's seeing some of that urethane push down lane, because it seemed like he really liked that shot, but it just never sees it down lane.
Probably little, because, you look at Brady, who's over on 31 and 32, and he's outside second arrow with urethane, and Tyler, who started on this pair, was a little bit left of that with urethane, so.
Now, speaking of urethane, one thing I would like to point out for anyone watching that is bowling the KFYR TV Bowling Classic next weekend, I do want to point out that they are adopting a 78 hardness rule. So if you are bowling the KFYR TV Bowling Classic next weekend, please be aware that only 78 hardness urethane bowling balls will be allowed. So please plan accordingly. Again, that is next weekend at the KFYR TV Bowling Classic in Mandan. I will have a preview of that tournament on Thursday on NDBowling.com. And the show will be on Western North Dakota NBC stations, so we will not be carrying that on NDBowlTV. But if you tune into NDBowling.com on Sunday afternoon, I will post updates on our Facebook page following each match. Ken, what's your take on the whole urethane debate, as a lot of different things have gone into play this season on tour? They are 78 hardness as always, but there are some USBC events that urethane is completely banned, such as the Masters and the US Open. And then you look at the PWBA Tour, they banned urethane in its entirety. What's your thoughts on the urethane debate anyways?
I mean, it's if you're taking it strictly from somebody who can't throw urethane, I like it. But from a perspective of, it's another piece in the arsenal. It's like I don't know. I have a hard time with just like it being gone altogether. But you can kind of understand why.
Yes. I feel like if there was a better way to at least police the tampering of urethane balls from making them as soft as you can, I think it would be the best, because that's the only problem I have is integrity of the actual bowling ball itself.
Sure.
As I'm with you, as someone who doesn't really throw urethane, I don't really care for it because I hate what it does to the lanes as a
Yep.
lower rev guy as well. But I also understand the other side on how it keeps the ball in front of you. It's the safe play on tougher patterns. And I'm really curious to see how the Masters and the U.S. Open play this season.
Yeah, very much. You know, as a Masters being a tournament that you see a lot of urethane.
Right? And now, what are they going to do for a pattern with no urethane in play? It's going to be interesting to see what they do for a pattern, how things break down. It'll kind of take me back to early 2000 teens when urethane was far less prominent as it is out there now. So I guess anyone in the chat, give us your thoughts on all the urethane rules. Would be curious to know.
Yeah, I mean, you think about the progression of bowling balls from well back before either of us were bowling or even born, if you will. And, you know, urethane was kind of that first almost performance ball. You know, going from what, rubber to plastic and then urethane. And, you know, urethane basically went away because of reactive stuff, but with technology getting better, with, you know, oil patterns getting more complex, you know, it's come back, and it's a huge piece of an arsenal for a lot of people. You know, you see somebody like Brady who's throwing urethane right now, and he makes it look so good.
All right, there's a lot of guys that make urethane look very nice.
Yeah. So it's like, it feels weird to see it just go away completely as something that was a huge part of the game for a lot of years back in, what, the 80s? And yeah, I don't know. I've had mixed feelings the whole time about it, but yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those where, you know, we do the youth showdown in Alex every summer, and it's in one way it's interesting to see. You look at every rack and there's urethane balls everywhere. When you look at the youth game, you go to junior gold, there are purples everywhere. You go to college tournaments, and that's, you know, every rack is full of purples. Just seems like it is so much more popular to the younger generation.
Sure. Yep.
So I'd be curious to know how things will change, especially for things like junior gold.
Yeah. Very, very interesting times coming up here in the next, you know, months and potentially years.
Yeah, so the first tournament I would point out people to watch would be the USBC Masters. Does the Masters happen before the US Open?
I don't know the date frame on it.
Anyone in the chat room knows which one happens first, but I'd be curious to know what happens with those events. As everyone in the chat agrees, urethane rules are a mess, yes. I think in the end, people will always find a way to try to gain a competitive advantage or find something that works for them.
Yeah. I mean, there's, and of course, cover stocks, things that you can do with a bowling ball that you can get that same look, or at least very similar look. And
What do we got here? Game 2 scoring update?
yep. And backing up his 257 with 247 is Dustin Harold. And I don't think it comes as too much of a surprise, but our two lefties are currently 1 and 2.
Yep, so just kind of goes to show how decent the pattern was on the fresh. Once they carried down, they got a little rough, and then they transitioned into something better on the right. So I'd be curious to know if the lefties will ever get to that point. But carry on here with our scoring update.
Yep, so if you didn't catch that or don't know, Aaron Craig shot 244 game 2. Did get the win, so he's in second. Right behind him in third, Chris Hill shot 232 and lost. Tyler K, 239 with a win. Mike Upton, 264. That looks to be the big game of game 2 with a win. In fifth, Henry Trutwin in sixth. Brent Newman in seventh. Ryan Savoy in eighth with 205, 204, his first two with wins. Eric Schacht in ninth. And Josh Kennedy with 258. Game 2 and a win in 10th. But, as you would expect, scores are, extremely tight up and down. So, going to be a long day. 2 games in doesn't mean a whole lot. Just because, I'm not going to jinx it. Just because somebody's in first place right now doesn't mean that they're going to be top 20 by the end of the day.
Yes, because as we kind of talked about it earlier, the different bays, as you like to call it here, play a lot different. And when after game 3 here, the groups will rotate to different sections of the house. So when you get a group going to a different section of the house, scores start to change, that's for sure. But as we talked about it, the two lefties are 1 and 2 at the moment. We have not had a lefty winner here at the Shootout since I believe it was Matt McNeil in 2018.
Sounds about right.
The year Matt McNeil won the Manitoba Open and the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout in back-to-back events. And in the history of the Shootout, what have we got? Jim Diederich, Darren Hansen, Eric Parvey, Matt McNeil as the lefty winners, and
that was a
not
light Swisher 6-7 from Brady.
Yeah, and the 6 kind of moved, but I don't think he deserved the 6 being there. The 7 perhaps, but definitely not the 6.
And just another scoring update down on 25 and 26. We had a 170-150 match. Brent Newman has the front 9 against Tyler.
And wasn't that on the pair that was pretty rough for
that was
for Charles in country?
Yes. So I said 170-150 the game prior, and it potentially could be, said Brent's got front 9 and Tyler's got 250 on the board still. So,
well, with them being front 9 and right in front of the desk, there is a good chance Rory will go live on the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout Facebook page to catch that 10th frame. So head on over there, give him a like. Let's see if he's... I know that's what Rory likes to do here in League, is he goes live whenever there's a front 9. It's kind of turned into a joke here at North Hill Bowl, as he is the jinx to a lot of big scores not happening. Chris Cool saying they had 3 6-pin swishers are on their pair. Yeah, that does happen. Will asking, was there a 300 this year? There was not, but there were quite a few scores that were close. I think we had 3 290s.
2 299s and a 289.
Okay. A lot of front 9s. I think there were 3 or 4 of those.
Yep, Tyler gonna shoot 230s with the spare and gonna get blown over.
And we talked about it, just as important as it is to win your matches with the bad games, not winning when you shoot 230 is equally as frustrating.
Yep. One pair to our left, can't quite see Chris Charles. A strike here will potentially lock up a win against Brady Gustafson, and I can't quite see what happened.
Yeah, he struck.
Yeah, Ryan got in the way for me. So, yeah, Chris with a 9 on the first ball, or the second ball, I guess, in the 10th would be a win there with a 2-0. Country having a rough go of it over to our right here. I think that's the trouble that you would potentially see when starting a little bit left in this pair, and probably why Brady moved to the right after that first game.
All right, we'll try to keep you updated here on Brent Newman, currently with the front 9. About to stand up here in the 10th frame on 25 and 26. You can see lane 26 in the camera view, so the next ball you see go down the lane there will be the 10th shot of Brent Newman working on the front 9. All right, set up, and Brent's on his way. Here comes a shot.
It's left. Oof,
And
way
crosses
left.
over 5, 6, 10, is that?
Yep, that is accurate. That was that was just a poor shot.
Yeah, I don't think Brent's too happy with that one.
No, I mean, not an easy spare, but, 260, even if he isn't able to spare that, is going to be a big game right there.
So we see some of the players from the next group making their way down here towards the high end of the house, as we will have a rotation of the 3 groups here happening shortly.
Oh, you almost picked it. 265 and a win for Brent. A little disappointed, but, I think a lot of us have been there where we get to the 10th frame and, oops, I've thrown 9 great shots and then I do that.
Yep. And it's hard to do in this kind of setting as well, in a big tournament like this.
Yeah, to shoot, that on the fresh when you're in match play is no small feat.
All right, Ryan Selk will be in the 200s. He will get a win over Travis Herzrud. On the pair to the right, Brady Stearns having 190 left. Looks like he's on his way to a win over Ryan Krabenoft. But definitely does not know what's going on out there. A very perplexed Brady Stearns at the moment.
Yeah. He's got 178 left, but, it's going to be a win. He's already sealed that up, but, yeah, he's very, very confused at the moment. And you wonder if he's seen the play from Brent early on where it's just over jumping because Brent started out there, but with reactive.
Yep. Yeah, very good mix of players throwing reactive equipment. There's a few throwing urethane, and I think once you hit those pairs that have a lot of urethane going down the lane, you're going to see some confused looks. I'll be very curious to see what happens with the next group that makes their way down here, especially right in front of us, as these 2 pairs have been rather challenging following that first game. Looks like Brady's going to what appears to be an Ion Pro for his fill shot here to kind of test the waters. .210 for Ryan Selk and a win.
Yeah. Don't know if you like that or not, but just shaking his head. Doesn't know what's going on.
Looks like one of the first players down here for the next group will be defending champion Clayton Reed in our next game. I see Austin Descharme down this way. Let's see kind of who makes their way to our featured pairs here in front of us.
Looks like we will get Clayton.
Again, big shout out to everyone who's tuned in early this morning. So we have bonus coverage here, the 23rd annual Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout here on NDBowlTV. Again, I'm Darren Seeney alongside Ken Fletcher. We'll be calling the action throughout the day, as well as with the Stepladder Finals this afternoon. We are doing 10 games of match play. There will be a position round following Game 9. And the top 5 will be entered into a Stepladder Finals bracket. Winner will receive $4,000 top prize. I'm sure we will have a payout sheet available to us shortly. A question in the chat room: is Austin from this area? Austin is out of the Winnipeg, Manitoba area. Two-time major winner. He won the Manitoba Open 2 years in a row here a few years back. Team Canada member. See him quite a bit on our show. Looks like we are going to get a clash of past champions here on the left pair. Clayton Reed against Paul Bober. On the right pair, not sure yet, but we do have Austin Descharme sitting down here. So a fun match here on the left for sure. Paul won this tournament back in 22. Clayton Reed, winner last year.
One pair to our left, we get a couple guys who are probably pretty familiar with each other, Chad Nelson and Eric Schock. You know, you look at the group, and Chad is kind of the elder statesman at this point.
Right.
And that's crazy to think. Well, you know, they were announcing, you know, brackets and side pots, all that stuff, and they go into the senior division, and they announce the winner of the senior division, and Jeff is like, the winner by a lot.
Wasn't it like 200 pins?
Yeah, and it was Chad. I'm like, it doesn't seem like he should be in the senior division already.
Right.
And I mean, to be clear, I think it's 50. And
right, and he's barely into the senior division. I know it wasn't it a couple years ago. He was telling us he was going to the senior masters, and you and I sat there and was like, that's not fair.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, so I bowled next to Chad yesterday, and he was, I mean, phenomenal from the gate. I mean, he had a rough game too, but then he didn't shoot under 230 until game 8 when he was already 240 over.
Looks like our other match will feature Austin Descharme and Ryan Savoy, it appears. So let's change our graphic up to game number 4. Clayton's going to get us underway here on lane 29. Again, the winner last year after running the ladder against some greatly talented players. Looks like he's back to playing right like he was last year with the purple.
Yep.
And as we mentioned earlier, 2022 winner Paul Bober made our show a couple times. Following his win, I do believe Paul was the runner-up the next season, losing to Brady Stearns. I believe that was 2023. A little bit of hang out there, but does get the bird dog and takes out the 10. Question in the chat. Darren, did you bowl yesterday? I did bowl yesterday. Well, I guess you could call it I attempted to bowl yesterday.
You threw a ball down the lane.
I did. I had some good games. For me, it was a case of the first couple games I wasn't really comfortable. I haven't had many tournament games since early December, as I've been spending a lot of time on doing stream stuff, and we stream the show here at North Hill Bowl, the Larry Craig Memorial, and then, of course, we had the show 2 weeks ago up in Manitoba, and I did not bowl that event. So yesterday was a little bit of getting comfortable and not really throwing the ball that consistent as a result. But the games where I felt pretty good and could see decent ball reaction, I actually scored pretty well. I ended up shooting minus 80, so
All things considered, is not bad.
no. I finished on the front page, and there was a time there where that was kind of the goal for me. So finished top half anyways.
Ooh.
Jay Leary, thank you for tuning in. Appreciate you as always. As you can see, our defending champion getting comfortable out towards the gutter once again. We'll see if he'll be able to make that another run at the Stepladder Finals this year. Again, we've never had a player win back-to-back years here at the Shootout. Paul Bober came close after winning in 22.
Yeah, I feel like we've had a couple guys get pretty close. I can't point to years or anything, but Brady's made the Stepladder final so many times.
Yeah, Brady won in 23, and then I do believe he was in the final against Zach Andreessen the next year and lost. So it was kind of back-to-back years players had a chance to win and successfully defend their title. I feel like the lanes are starting to get to that point for the righties where the carry down just kind of gives the players fits. You see that ball there for Paul, even though he was able to recover and shuffle him out.
Just wiggles enough.
Yeah, it hangs, and then he goes over to 29, and it went nose on him the last time he threw on that lane. So you can tell these players are confused. And this is the point of the qualifying yesterday where the scores started to go down. And like I said earlier, there was a point in our qualifying where the cut was -6. And then the last few games, once that friction started to develop on the right side, you saw the scores go up, and the cut went from -6 to +37 by the end of the day. Austin Ducharme now, frame 3. Also seems confused down here, and that one goes nose, but fortunate to trip the 4 out.
That was a ball switch and a line switch. That was a jump left. Nice shot there, Paul.
Seems like he made the right move on 29. But his last couple shots on 30 seemed like they came into the pocket a little late, so we'll have to see what he does there. Well, Clayton's getting comfortable. mentioned it earlier, but he was the only player playing outside in the Stepladder finals last year, and it paid off. If I recall correctly, last season, Clayton had 230 in position round, was able to jump from, I believe it was the 7 or 8 spot, and jumped into that 5 position, and then proceeds to take out the likes of Josh Link, Dawson Unrath, Brady Stearns, Thomas Wolf, en route to the title last year. Doing just that, throwing urethane from right.
Couple good shots there. He had a little iffy one in the second, but 4 pretty good ones.
Look at Ryan Savoy here working on a double. Has made our show here in the past. It's a nice strike there. Ryan out of the Superior, Wisconsin area.
It's interesting. I got to bowl with Ryan all day yesterday, and he had a little rough start. He tried to play left. He was left the entire day and tried to play left early, and it wasn't there. And as the day went on and it developed, and he bowled really well to finish the day off. But seeing him playing where he's at, not surprising, but shows how good somebody like he is.
And as you can see there, that shot from Paul, another one comes up light. So as we progress throughout the day and into our Stepladder finals, that is something to keep an eye on. That right lane seems to have a little more hang on it, seems a little tighter down lane. Players have been going high on 29. Again, 29 and 30 is our championship pair, and they will not be re-oiling before the Stepladder finals, so that will be held on the burn. Okay, Descharme up now, frame 5, looking for a double here. Looks like committing to that move left.
It's left, yep. The all too familiar to me look of just get the ball to the right a little bit.
Right.
This early on, playing left and you get it left and it's too flat in the middle for it to sit there.
Yep, that hold has not quite developed yet for the righties.
Nice shot from Paul. Shaking his head like, why can't I do that on the right lane?
Looks like Clayton's throwing right over 10 board and asking for that one to push, and it does.
Again, all too familiar shoulder drop as like, oh god, I don't like that, and just sits there.
Clayton was telling me yesterday that his game on this pair in qualifying wasn't that good, so he was wondering if he was going to be able to make it happen again. But here he is, picking up right where he left off last year. Brian asking, how is Aaron Craig from Thunder Bay doing? Where is he after game 2?
Yeah, Aaron after 2 games is in second place. Only 3 pins ahead of third, but 234, 244. Lost the first game, won the second game. So really good shape after 2.
And that's our most recent scoring update is after game 2. Again, we are in game number 4. The folks here at North Hill Bowl have been pretty good about getting scores out to us after each game so far. So a big shout out to everyone working back in the office and the tournament staff here.
Ryan Savoy putting his foot down. Nice 5-bagger. And then you look a couple pairs over, and Chad and Eric in 5 frames had a combined 5 splits.
Yikes.
So 27-28, not a friendly pair at the moment for those two.
Again, this is the first game for this group down in this bay, as we like to call it. There are 3 groups of 10 here today, and after 3 games of match play, the groups all rotate to different sections of the house so that you don't catch the same pair twice. So this being the first game of this group down here, they're all kind of learning how the previous group played them. And it looks like Paul Bober made a move there on that right lane, and the ball finally
did face up.
reads the lane, and unfortunately
Too much.
goes through the nose. It's got a chance. Does not hook. So used to certain spare balls for people hooking just a little bit since they have a little bit of a urethane additive to them. So 122 in the 7th for Paul Bober. Clayton Reed with a commanding lead in that one. Over to our right here, Ryan Savoy working on a 5-bagger. Looks pretty comfortable so far.
And Austin completely confused.
And I can safely say he's not the only one that's bowled on that pair that
Has had that look.
correct.
Yes.
I will note, it looks like Aaron Craig and Dustin Harold drew the same group, so both lefties are bowling in the same group together.
Yeah, Aaron's 234 loss was to one of 2 people. The game 1, it was either Dustin or Chris Hill. So those are the only 2 that had a higher game than him, besides Brent Newman, which we know
He was in
lose
front of
to.
us, yep.
So very possible that we got the lefty-lefty matchup out of the way already.
So another strike for Ryan Savoy playing out towards the gutter. I always find it fascinating at this tournament, regardless of the pattern. It seems like half the players end up camping out towards the gutter, while the other half migrate their way left.
Yeah, and early on, it looks like, yet again, Gutter's what's leading.
Another good shot for Ryan.
Another ball switch for Austin. Trying to find something where he can feel comfortable with.
And speaking of comfortable,
Yeah, another good shot from Clayton. It's going to about seal up that match there.
looks like 15-year-old Tatum Lee is in our group here. Eric Schock, Henry Trutwin, Chad Nelson. So we'll be seeing them shortly, I'm sure.
Yep. Mike Upton and Jamie Craig, I believe, are also.
Yeah, that would be the 10 then.
Good shot from Paul. That's a good double. Throw a couple more, at least have 2 teen, even if it's not going to be a win. there is anything for us in this game, he's staying clean.
Yeah, and his reaction kind of speaks for itself. If you've been watching the progression of this match, last season this was the pair he was on for position round and was equally as confused after he was unable to put a big game together, and he ended up being the one that Clayton jumped to get into the Stepladder finals as the 5 seed and ultimately winning the tournament. So Austin does not have fond memories of 31 and 32, so I think he wants to leave that pair as quick as possible.
Paul going to be 190s with a strike, and it's not a bad game, but it's not making up a lot of ground either. Ryan tripping a 9 out there.
So 290 possible for Ryan Savoy. Where was he after 2 games?
He was in 8th, 2-0-2-0 with a couple wins, so, a 290 is going to vault him well up because, it was only 40 pins up to Aaron Craig, who was in 2nd.
So Ryan Savoy, the son of multi-time Eagle winner Todd Savoy, who is over here to our right. Todd almost made the cut. I think he was one of the first few guys out yesterday.
Todd was 39th, yeah. It was, 34 pins, but, very close.
All right, here's Ryan Savoy. 10th frame, gets it.
Shot.
So potential plus 120 on the board here. Going 90 over plus the 30 bonus pins, so look for Ryan Savoy to make a pretty big jump.
Clayton with 250 on the board would vault him.
Oh, and he stone sevens.
Well, even 230. Clayton, we'll just say, was not having a great start to the morning.
Down towards the bottom after 2. I did see him over here with a ice pack, so maybe his hand's not feeling too well.
Could be. It's pretty good. It's a good shot.
Well, that's going to put him in the 280s, so nice game for Ryan Savoy. And, yeah, he's looking at his hand, so Clayton, it's got something going on there.
Yeah. Disappointing with 224, but, solid game.
Yeah, now the question is, will his hand hold up for the remainder of the event? If anyone knows anything about that, it's this guy. As I had a year here at the Shootout way back. I got to say it's 2012, something like that.
I think it was 13.
Yeah, I was top 5 after game 7 or 8. And that was back when they took 36 and it was 12 games of match play. And, yeah, my hand ripped up and down we went. I think I finished 10th, 10 to 15 somewhere that year.
Yeah, it sounds about right. We got an interesting match over to our left. Eric Schacht went strike, and with a spare is going to have 179. Chad has 190. They both had 190 max going to the 10th frame, so Chad's going to need a double to beat Eric.
As Austin's going to wrap up game number 4 here for us on our featured pairs. About to reach our halfway point of match play here at the 23rd annual Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout here at North Bowl in Minot. A very cold Minot, I will add, as there were quite a few players who had issues with cars starting and whatnot as we reach temperatures of 24 to 27 below this morning. That'd be Fahrenheit temperature for all of our Canadian friends watching. And we have a Game 3 scoring update.
Yep, Dustin Harold motoring along, ho-hum 210 this time with a win. Still leading. Brent Newman jumping up into second after that 265.
And a strike for Chad quick, so he's still got a chance to win that match anyways.
Oh, was that a frustration Austin moment, or was that a stuck on my thumb?
Yeah, I think he just threw that one hard because he's frustrated, which is understandable.
Yeah, I mean, if you ever need to know how Austin's doing, all you have to do is watch his reaction.
Yep. Does wear his emotions on his sleeve. Where are we at on our scoring update here?
Chris Hill in third after 224. Josh Kennedy backs up 258 with 259.
Wow.
Tyler K, 233 and a loss. Eric Schacht with 202 a win. John Breckel at, nothing fancy, but 3 wins, 200 gat game. Chad with a big double, and you could see he wanted that one. So
yep, got the win.
Yep, that's going to be a third win in 4 games for Chad, which will, keep him. He's just outside of the top 10. So, yeah, John Breckel in 7th. Aaron Craig, 159, game 3 in a loss. Ryan Selk with that 210. And Ryan Savoy was 10th going into this game.
And like we mentioned, he's adding 1 plus 120 to that, so big move ahead.
Yeah, he was, where am I at? He was 116 out of second. So, that's conceivable that he could jump up there.
Hey, even though a washout there for Chad, as you can see on the left of your screen, he will come away with a 185-179 victory.
Yeah.
How about our players such as Thomas, Austin, and such that people in the chat were looking for?
Thomas not pulling bad. I mean, 189, 193, but only 1 win. He's in 17th, which is 1 spot behind Austin, who, pretty much the same thing, just has 1 more win.
Yep. Question in the chat room earlier, has Jamie been on this pair yet? He has not. We will probably see Jamie towards games 7, 8, and 9, as I think he is. Is he in this group, or is he in the next group?
Yeah, I believe he's in this group.
Okay, so we might see him here in the next couple games. Gerald Borjo watching from the vehicle on the way to Mesa. I bet you it's a lot warmer there than it is here. Hope you're doing well, Gerald. Thank you for tuning in. So confirmation from Clayton's dad that he ripped his middle finger. So that is the current ailment going on for our defending champion. We'll see if he can find a way to overcome that, as he does look like he's got a decent look out there, but with at least 5 more games to go, should get interesting for him.
Yeah, a couple 220s back-to-back there with some wins, so that's going to help after a rough start.
Looks like Henry Trutwin making his way down to our featured pairs, as is Chad Nelson. Not 100% sure on our matchups yet.
Mike Upton walking in front of us as well.
It appears to be Chad Nelson and Mike Upton on the left, and Jamie Craig and Henry Trutwin on the right. So an all rev rate match on the right.
Yeah. For those of you who've been on the watch shows before, Scott Endersby, I was bowling with Henry and Scott Endersby, and I asked him, who's got the higher rev rate between the two of you? And I don't know if I got the straight answer, but when it comes to one-handers, I don't know if there's anybody that can touch Henry.
Right.
He's a character, as you can see by his outfit, and heck of a bowler. He shot 300 at Sunset during, was it team? Just a couple months ago?
Scratch team, yep. Him and Dustin Harold also did pretty well at the doubles tournament. taking out me and Smalls in the Stepladder match there.
That is true.
But shout out to Henry, all-around great guy. Good to see him here and good to see him bowling well.
Yeah, he's always a blast to bowl by and talk to, and yeah.
And he's asking in the chat, how's Travel doing? Travel had a rough game too, so he is currently in 27th after game number 3. Looks like Henry's throwing urethane, so he is out right with everyone else. Scott Hendersby in the chat, thank you for tuning in. Says Henry's got more revs than you now. I mean, we all get older there, Scott. It happens. Scott, are you going to be heading out to the KFYR next weekend, as you are a past champion of that event? First look here at Mike Upton on lane 30. I believe he bowled to the right of me all day yesterday. Nice solid game. Unfortunate to leave a 7-10 in his first shot here on NDBowlTV. So our first shot here from Jamie Craig on lane 32. Looks like he's throwing an Equinox solid. Scott confirms he will be at the KFYR. We'll look forward to seeing you next weekend. Well, Ken, I'm going to step out for a quick minute and visit the washroom, and then I'll be right back.
All right. You'll be able to see over to our left here, 15-year-old Tatum Lee slowly making his way this way to potentially our featured pair the next game. Nice shot from Chad. That's pretty much what he was doing all day yesterday.
Can you make some more noise while I get your pen?
All right, I am back. I just visited a little bit with Rory Selk, and at some point he is going to join us here in the booth to kind of talk about some changes for next season.
Awesome.
So stay tuned for that. We'll talk with one of the main guys here at North Hill Bowl.
Chad's starting to get that look he had yesterday. Once he was able to switch to that phase 2 Pearl, it was pretty much game over.
Is that what he was throwing yesterday?
I'll pretty much the entire back, 5-6 games, yeah.
Shout out to Storm, as they are the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. Go out to your local Storm VIP Pro Shops and get yourself a Phase 2 Pearl. Pretty good ball. And as you can see, that right lane still just has that little bit of push down lane compared to 29. Better switch my graphic because we are actually in game number 5. Again, we're doing a 10-game match play round, so 3 groups of 10. There are 30 advancers here today. Each group does round-robin matches within their group, with the winner of each match receiving 30 bonus pins. And then following position round, we'll have a top 5 stepladder final. Mike Upton is throwing lumber around, that's for sure. He's had a few.
Those light ones that just fly everywhere, they're fun to watch.
Yeah, if only we could do that. Yeah, Chris Cool in the chat says Chad was basically a machine of strikes yesterday. Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah.
Hall of Famer out of Minnesota.
Yeah, Chris got a front row seat bowling with him all day.
And nice bowling yesterday to you two. There, Chris, just coming up short of the cut.
Yeah, I thought he was in it when he threw the last, I think, 4 for 220 that last game.
And, oh, does not get the bird dog as it fell off the back there right before it reached the 10 pin. Again, there were 117 entries this season. Top prize is $4,000 to the winner. And I know historically the folks here at North Hill Bowl has made it, if you make the show, your min cash is $1,000. I don't know if that's the same this season. I didn't grab the payout sheet that they had, but I'm sure we will obtain one here shortly.
Yeah, I got a glimpse of it yesterday, had it out, and yep, yet again it is $1,000 to make the show. I believe it was $1,000, $1,500, $2,025, and then $4,000 for first.
Okay, and I believe the min cash, so 30th place today was $300. So
Yep.
$100 over the entry fee. So shout out to the folks here at North Hill Bowl, as well as all the sponsors you see up there on the masking units for helping raise all the prize fund this season. As I've caught a little bit there that, I don't know if Chad's going through some back problems perhaps, but a few times he sat down at the table pretty gingerly after that last spare in the 4th. Looked a bit uncomfortable. And coming in clutch, Jay Leary sends me a picture of the payout sheet. So thank you, Jay. And it looks like 1,000 for 5th, 1,500, 2,000, 2,500, and 4,000. So.
Oh, nice spare.
So finishing top 10 here at the shootout will guarantee you $650. So good payout.
Yeah, very much.
And Chris Cool in the chat room blaming me for being the cut boy. Everyone that bowls with me seems to be around the cut, it seems like. That was my position for many years. Alternate, first guy in, first guy out. That's kind of my MO around here. All right, Mike Upton, frame 5, working on a 3-bagger following that first frame 7-10. Oh, and the bird dog went in front of the 10 for him. Jamie Craig up on 32, looking for a double.
Gets it out.
Some good pin action there for him. Jamie is currently the leader in the NDBowling.com Player of the Year race. You can see the complete standings there by going to NDBowling.com and clicking on the Rankings tab. The NDBowling.com Player of the Year race is a little 9-event schedule that we run around here in the North Dakota, South Dakota, Manitoba area, where players will earn points following their finish in each event. The high point earner after the season's final major in Moorhead, Minnesota will be named NDBowling.com Player of the Year. Top 5 point earners will be on Team of the Year. So a good finish here for Jamie will be likely to extend his lead in the Player of the Year race.
That was a nice shot from Mike.
You bring out the best.
Yeah, Jamie not having the best of days yet, but it's still, still a lot of games left. Henry having some trouble with 32.
Will it hook? Trips a 7 out. And as you can see him there, looks a bit perplexed about that right lane. And you can hear him, I don't know if you heard that, but Chad comes back and says that's some old man carry right there.
I mean, we've been watching Chad for how many years, and he's one of those guys I still don't get how he does it.
So consistent though, so nice that at the bottom do like his game.
Yeah, I mean it's a great game, and it's held up incredibly well, and I mean even at 50 or whatever he is at this moment, it's pretty remarkable. But yeah, just one of those guys like you watch an Austin Ducharme throw the ball, and it's like you can understand where how he's that good, what he can do with the ball. It's never fully made sense in my head how Chad does it, but I mean, I think like you said, he's so consistent to release every time.
There was a time I was bowling this tournament a few years back, and I was paired up with him and one of the other guys from Minnesota, and Chad had thrown a shot, and he came back and talked to one of his friends, and I overheard him say, "I missed by 3 on that shot. I never miss by 3." And that right there told me all I need to know about Chad Nelson. This guy is so accurate. It's no wonder that he's always in it. He's a great spare shooter, and as we mentioned earlier, a Hall of Famer out of Minnesota.
Yep.
And an all-around good guy. Great guy to cross with, too.
One of those sneaky sense of humors as you talk to him, too. It's a little hang causing that light 4-pin for Mike. Keeping the match close here.
Now Jamie Craig slowly working here on a 4-bagger, so looking at 5 in a row here on lane 31. Inside.
Yeah, a little left.
Fortunate to leave the 4-7.
Henry just went down to his bag and grabbed something. I didn't see what.
Perhaps going away from the urethane.
Yeah, he hasn't liked the right lane yet, so I mean, probably trying something else. And then you look over to our left in a battle of the young guns, Tatum and Clayton. Pretty tight match. I think that was just a different urethane ball, and that
Feel like
didn't
he
look
missed
good.
right there.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely a miss right, but I think that was another urethane, and it was not good.
Perhaps a black hammer.
Very possible.
That could have been a level too, because like when it came out of the ball return, I thought I faintly saw a Storm logo, but I could be wrong. Mike Upton fortunate to kick the 10 out there and leave just the 7, so on the spare, close match here as holds a small lead over Chad Nelson.
Yeah, Mike been in the pocket the whole game, but only managing 2-0 pace right now.
And a quick shout out to all the new subscribers here today. Quite a few of you have subscribed, and I do appreciate that. If you haven't already, please consider doing so. And if you would, please hit the thumbs up button. That'll help our stream get shared on YouTube. Kind of work through the ever famous YouTube algorithm. So if you could do that, that would be greatly appreciated. Chad Nelson now, frame 8.
Looks right.
Looks right, doesn't like it. 2, 4, 8, 10.
Jamie with a big strike in the 9th. Needs a mark to shut out Henry. Get him his, potentially his first win of the day. Not sure if he won last game or not. Clayton with a strike in the 9th and a good position against Tatum, but not over yet. Strike will do it for Jamie. That's going to be a win. Nice little adjustment from Chad. That was a ball switch too.
Good morning to you. How is Country doing? Ken, do you have standings for Country after 3?
Yeah, he had a nice start with 2 1/4 game 1, but yeah, 150, 160 games 2 and 3. So not great. You know, we've talked about it a little bit because he was on our feature pair the first couple games, but you know, Country is a guy who plays left, and that's, you know, what he does, and he does it really well. But on this pattern, playing left early can lead to trouble because it's so flat in the middle.
Sure. Also a question, how is Henry doing at the moment?
Yeah, Henry, solid day. He was 11th after 3 games. You know, a couple wins, had 230 game 1. He's, you know, he's right in the mix. You know, if he can punch out for 2-0 right here, it's, you know, at least it's something. But he has not had a sniff of the right lane yet so far.
An unfortunate break again for Mike Upton on lane 30 as he leaves his second 7-10 of this game.
Wow.
On that lane.
It's going to put it at almost a dead even match.
And we have a
Actually, we have a Game 4 update.
4 scoring update, so.
Dustin Harold stretching his lead with 2:53 Game 4.
Wow.
Chris Hill, 2:24. He's just, that's his low game of the day is 2:24. Second place, right behind him, Brent Newman, 2:17 with a win. As we predicted, Ryan Savoy with that big 2:90 to jump up to fourth. Aaron Craig, after the rough game 3, shoots 2:68 and jumps up to fifth. Josh Kennedy in sixth. Brady Gustafson at 2:79.
Wow.
And jumps up all the way to seventh. Brady Stearns at 2:40 with a win. Tyler Kay, the rough 155, drops to ninth. Eric Shockton 10th after 179. Thomas Wolf had 2:20 Game 4, but is still yet to win a match.
Wow.
Henry's in 12th after a win with a 170. Who else have we been kind of looking for?
Country was up there. We've had some questions about travel as well.
Yeah, Country had 2:14 Game 4 with a win, so he's kind of mid-pack in 17th. Travis, 2:16 in a win. He's right behind him in 19th, so.
Well, bowling gives and bowling takes, and for Mike Upton, he gets a little bit of a break back after that unfortunate second 7-10 on lane 30.
Yeah.
So 204 possible for him, 214 possible for Chad Nelson in that match.
Yeah, all important on count here, too, for Mike with, 9 forcing a double from Chad. Looks like Ryan Savoy's going to shoot 192, I believe. But it's going to give Paul the opportunity to throw the first one in the 10th to beat him. Spare strike would be a tie. Clayton's going to get a win over Tatum. And I can't see further down than that, although I think Austin just had a big game there.
Well, he got off his kryptonite pair of 31-32, and it's one guy that when he starts striking, he can strike a lot.
Very much.
All right, there's a strike for Mike Upton, 204.
Well, he's going to force Chad double again.
Chris, in the chat room, have you already talked about Austin Descharme? Austin was in 18th place after 4 games. And we do think he had a decent game there in Game 5, so expect him to move up a little bit following that game.
Yeah, like they both him, and I'm not sure who he was bowling. They had somebody had 211. Whoever Austin was bowling had 211, so a couple good games on 23 and 4.
All right, Nelson now up lane 30, has a chance to win this match.
Yep.
Comes in late and leaves the 2-4. So that'll be a win for Mike Upton.
Yeah. Looked a little bit right. He looks like he stayed with that ball switch, and something like we said to watch. 30 looks to have a little bit of a hang spot.
Yep, it's been doing that ever since Game 1 when a couple of the players started with urethane during warm-ups.
Yeah. Over here to our left, Paul threw a double, and I'm not sure. Yeah, looks like he threw 3 in the 10th to beat Ryan.
Okay, so a win for Paul Bober, 212-192 over Ryan Savoy. Tatum Lee gets a win, 204-1, or is that
was
Tatum
Clayton.
Lee?
Clayton.
Clayton got the win, 204 over Tatum's 172. Looks like we will get Tatum Lee and Eric Schock in our next match. Eric might be on 29 and 30. Tatum's over on 31-32. Have to wait for a little more player movement here to figure out what our featured matches are. Again, thank you to everyone who has tuned in so far this morning.
Another ball switcher, Chad.
Looks like an Ion Pro solid. A little tighter line there.
That one looked all right.
And that wraps up game number 4. One more game with this group, and then we will have another rotation for 7, 8, and 9. Following game 9, it'll be a position round. And then we will go into a stepladder final.
Looks like Mike Upton's moving to 31-2.
Okay, so it looks like Tatum Lee and Mike Upton. Eric Schacht on 29 and 30, perhaps
Ryan
against
Savoy.
Ryan Savoy. So that will be our featured matches here in game number 6.
A couple guys probably familiar with each other.
Again, stick around. Momentarily, we'll be joined by one of the main guys here at North Hill Bowl and one of the tournament directors, Rory Selk, as he will be talking about some changes for the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout next season, as North Hill Bowl will be celebrating 70 years in business next year. So some pretty cool things ahead, so stick around for that.
Well, while we've got a minute as everything's kind of switching, I'm going to take a little.
All right, Ken's going to step out momentarily. Looks like Mike Upton's going to get us off underway here. That one checked up on him. So a 3, 6, 10. Get our first look at 15-year-old Tatum Lee here at the shootout. Again, he lost to Taylor Wallstrom in the championship match of the State Scratch Singles Tournament back in November. But a good year so far for Tatum, as he is currently top 5 in the NDBowling.com Player of the Year race, despite not being able to bowl one of the events. Again, we are in game 6 of 10 here in match play. Unfortunately for Tatum, not the best start to the day, as he is in 25th after game number 4. And he did have a loss there in the last match to Clayton Reed. And a crossover strike for Eric. Didn't like that one, but gets away with it. Got to take those breaks. Good shot there for Ryan, kind of picking up where he left off here on our featured pairs. So he had 290 on 31 and 32. And I do see that the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout Facebook page has posted the complete standings through game 4. So if you want to see all the games and all the players, head on over to Facebook and visit the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout Facebook page for complete standings. Also, shout out to Parker Tippin, Storm Regional Sales Manager, was here this weekend. Do appreciate him and the folks at Storm for what they do for us here at NDBowlTV and supporting us for the last 4 years. Careful. Uncharacteristic spare miss there for Eric. And that was quite the carry there for Eric Schock. Trips out the, what was that, the 1, 2, 4, 10 for a strike, and the scores didn't even believe it. They gave him a 9, so a score correction is in order. If only I had replay for that one. Again, we see that hang on lane 30. So many players have come down to the what will be our championship pair. Not quite seeing the down lane motion that they're looking for. Ken, you missed a good one.
Oh?
Last frame here, frame 3, Eric sent one out the window, missed the head pin to the right, and had a late carry of, get this one, the 1, 2, 4, 10.
That's different.
Yeah. It was one of those moments where if only I had instant replay, we would be looking at that one. I might have to highlight that in the YouTube shorts section.
I had one of those yesterday. I same thing, threw it out the window and something came back and tripped the 1-2 out, and it was one of those, you just turn around and you're like,
Yep.
I got away with one. And everyone's just looking at you like, I hate you right now.
Question, how's Chris Charles doing after game 4? He was in 22nd at 784. But like we mentioned earlier, Chris Charles had a run of 1,060 plus the last 4 games yesterday. So when he starts to see it, if they do develop into what he was able to find yesterday, he can strike a lot. So.
Ooh.
That's a good pickup.
That's a fortunate spare. That easily could have left the 9.
That's one of those where I feel like if he would have caught more of the 3-pin, it would have deflected and not got the 9.
Yeah,
So he was
oh.
fortunate to very thin hit of the 3 on that spare.
Yeah, very much.
And it just seems like Tatum's not quite seeing the picture out there today. Maybe not comfortable with where he's got to play, but still good to see the youngster out here on day 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think back to like our time in juniors, and like I think we'll all say like we thought we were it back then, right?
I guess you could call it something like that, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, however you want to say it, but like we thought we were all that, and we went into tournaments and think of how well we bowled at times, and it's like the patterns back then. I'd like to see what they actually looked like on paper, but like the knowledge available to somebody Tatum's age nowadays, it's if we had that when we were his age,
Yeah, I'd like to know how different it would have been. Like,
yeah,
back when we were kids, we weren't able to bowl in tournaments like this unless we gave up our youth
right,
like membership. So being able to bowl a tournament like this at that age, I think is such an advantage to learn ball motion and to learn the way the lanes break down and just to see different things as opposed to only bowling with kids. So pretty good to see, and I know, big shout out to Tatum's parents. They've done a great job in getting him going in the sport and have got him great coaching. I know he's gone down to Kegel down in Florida a few times. So
yeah. I mean, that's nothing but support. Which, when you're 15 and you're bowling with the likes of this group and holding your own, that says a lot about what his parents have been able to do for him.
Mike Upton throwing lumber,
again.
but doesn't get it to connect. That would have been for 6 in a row. Still a pretty good game going here for Mike.
Shot from Ryan. Something to watch. 25 and 26 seems to historically be a really good pair on day 2.
I agree. We've seen a lot of big position round matches kind of make guys jump into the show from that pair.
Yeah, I want to say, several years back, Doug Wagner at
Doug Wagner comes to
279
mind,
on
yes.
that pair to jump into the show.
I feel like Sam Lanto, quite a few years back, did the same thing to jump into the show.
Yeah, we've watched Chad the last couple games, not do a whole lot on, the couple pairs in front of us. And this, this game 6, he threw the first 4 on 25 and 6. So it's like something about that pair.
Yep. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. That pair would feature the 7-8 match in position round. So always an important match for someone if they're within striking distance. Diamond, thank you for that comment in the chat room. Do appreciate the kind words.
Yeah, we always talk about the 5-6 matchup being the matchup, but really that 7-8 is kind of the overlooked matchup.
Well, Eric here looking to put up his first double of the match. Trying to find a strike here on lane 30. This is what we believe is a tighter down lane. Pretty direct, not giving away the head pin, but I think he missed left on that one.
Yeah, a little too direct. Shot from Mike. He's just kind of humming along.
Yeah, where's he sitting?
He had a rough couple games after 260 game 2, but
Yeah, he was in 24th after game 4. He had a good.
Solid game 5 with a win. And he's got a good one going here if he can finish this one off.
Yeah, we do seem to find a few players that, as they break down, they tend to get a good run going late on day 2 here at the shootout. So perhaps that's in store for Mr. Upton.
Just a little bit high. Yeah, I think that's what Eric it seems like he runs into on day 2. Like, he's not a high rev guy. He's real accurate, keeps the ball in play, but when they get tight on day 2, he just can't get the same look he had on day 1.
Right, it just seems like his angle's just not quite right or conducive for striking and putting a bunch of strikes together. And maybe he's one of those guys that's kind of waiting for that little bit of a friction bumper to develop.
Yeah, I mean, like he keeps in play like he does, and if he can make his spares, it's like he can kind of hang around. He's in a decent spot. He's in 10th going into game 5. Can't remember what he had game 5. Now we're in 6, but that hit right there, I think, is really indicative of just what it is for him right now.
Good morning to you too, Mike Harris. Good to see you. Hope you and the family are doing well. And good morning to everyone else in chat and following along. We do appreciate you tuning in this morning. So we are quickly approaching the noon hour here at North Hill Bowl in Minot, the 23rd annual Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout. Game 6 of match play. Nice finish here for Tatum Lee as he tries to finish off 2-teen, but it'll be, looks like 2-0 with a conversion.
Yeah, I mean, a good game, but not enough to get it done against Mike, who's thrown a really solid game.
And Ryan Savoy also putting up another solid game on our featured pair. It's got a hook. Does not trip out the 210, and you can send the hate mail to me.
Looked like he just missed it a little bit at the bottom. Like, you watch Ryan and his game looks so simple, but he can get it surprisingly well at the bottom of the swing.
I would agree.
You just watch his hand flip under and around it, and it's really impressive.
Yeah, we'll just consider a little bit of a booth jinx on me there, but Mike Harris in the chat, hope you guys and families are well. Yes. We are doing well up here, just as cold as you. A lot of people came into the building this morning with car troubles. I know our storm rep was unable to start the vehicle yesterday, and they had to push it to the North Hill Bowl garage, so a lot of problems with the cold as we were reaching lows around 27 below this morning. But like I tell people, when it's that cold, it doesn't snow. So good break there for Eric, tripping out the 9-pin on the crossover.
Yeah, it just keeps him hanging around and just enough in the match where if he can throw one in the 9th.
And did get confirmation Rory is going to join us here right around the completion of this game, so stick around for that.
Nice 249 from Mike right there.
Oh, good shot there for Eric to kind of cash in on that crossover strike on 30. Put up a double late in this match. Ryan's got 230 left on the board. Eric's got 206.
Another close match to our left. Jamie, if he can strike out for 204, forces Paul to go 9 pair strike. Chad with that ball switch to the pro, and ooh, he got the 10 out. That's fortunate for Ryan. Chad with that ball switch, he's got 251 on the board.
Rock in the chats is 15 degrees right now, and so far about 14 inches of snow since last night, and not supposed to slow down until later. Yeah, you're part of that big snowstorm sweeping across the United States this weekend. We got the extreme cold part of that, so I think I will take the cold over the snow, if you ask me. But hopefully you are safe and are able to dig out once it's all said and done. And just like that, I got a Game 5 scoring update, and we have a new leader.
Oh,
Following
really?
a 290 game, Brent Newman is our new leader with 1331, and that 1331 is including bonus pins. In second, Dustin Harold, 1317. In third, defending KFYR champion Josh Kennedy making a run here, 1230. So he's a good 100 pins back. The top two guys are clear of the field at the moment. Chris Hill in fourth at 1217. Brady Stearns in fifth at 1162. Ryan Savoy in sixth at 1160. Brady Gustafson in seventh at 1159. Aaron Craig in eighth at 1149. Austin Descharme in ninth at 1106. And Tyler, we're just going to say Tyler K in 10th at 1097. That is your top 10 following game number 5. And just looking around at some of the scores that people were interested in, Thomas Wolf is in 13th, Henry Trutwin in 15th, Paul Bober in 17th, Mike Upton in 18th, Ryan Krabanoff 19th. I know some people were asking about Talon Jacobson. He's in 20th. And Travis Herzrud in 25th. So that is your Game 5 scoring update. Midway through our match play portion of the tournament. Again, we'll be joined shortly by one of the lead guys here at North Hill Bowl, Rory Selk, to talk about some changes for the tournament next season.
Some scores here this game. Paul Bober's going to take down Jamie Craig, who did strike out for 203, and Paul's got 220 on the board. Ryan Savoy, 220 with a nice finish. He's going to win. Austin Ducharme, 197 is not going to be enough to beat Chad Nelson. And that's as far as I can see.
Yeah. Again, we're on the extreme high end of the house. This is a 40-lane center. We're on 29 through 32, and all of the action is to our left.
Yeah, and if we're honest, the scoring isn't the easiest to read with the colors.
Right. Sometimes the scoring goes a little darker, a little lighter, and it kind of affects how easy it is to see. Looks like we'll get our first look at Aaron Craig on our featured pair over here on 31 and 32 for game number 7.
Yep, as the group that started on the low end is making their way up here.
Eric with a nice finish out here. We'll get into the 2-0s.
Bulber 226. Real solid game there. Taylor Wallstrom coming our way.
All right. So quickly, I'm going to bring it on into the booth. And joining us now is Mr. Rory Selk. Rory, how you doing? How's the tournament going so far?
So far, so good. Yesterday was pretty flawless. We had, 117 show up out of the 122 we had signed up, which is great. The weather didn't cooperate, but it wasn't terrible.
Yeah, really cold.
20 below, no wind, sunshine. It was a beautiful day. But yeah, no, machines ran good yesterday. Scoring had one little hiccup, which was resolved by a Best Buy reset, we call it. Didn't reboot it first or whatever. And yesterday went good. This morning's been going good. Nothing crazy has happened, so that's a victory in my world.
Yeah, sounds like it. So we'll bring you in here to kind of talk about some of the changes. You did speak about them yesterday kind of in the announcements before we started. So take us through some of the changes for the shootout next year.
So we had a lot of announcements yesterday, which was I actually had to go find my sheet, which was in the garbage can, so I could tell you all of them. So first of all, Morris's wife, Betty, passed away this past summer, be my grandma. So we wanted to change the name. We wanted to add her to it, as she was a giant part of this building as well. So we want to change the name, or we are changing the name to the Morris and Betty Anderson Memorial Shootout. We were going to maybe try to do it this year, but we didn't want to confuse anybody. Yeah, that's the logo we're going to use. And it was a big change for us, but it's a great change because she does need to be recognized as well. And we thought it'd be fitting to just announce it today, and then next year we'll go to that. So we didn't want to confuse anybody by thinking we were adding another tournament.
Sure. Yep.
So that was the first announcement. The second announcement that we made was the dates, because I don't know if you know how the tournament world works, but there's only so many bowling centers and only so many bowlers, and you can't crash into everybody. And next year is kind of a weird situation for us because we always take the last weekend in January. Well, the years now, the date kind of resets, so we're going to hit the 30th and the 31st.
So you got to jump the calendar.
We're almost jumping a week, but we're not,
right?
Which makes no sense when you think about it.
Because we're going to do the same thing at the Classic in Fargo. We're
Correct.
At the end of February now. We're going to have to move it to the first weekend in March.
Correct.
So
Yep. And it's hard because people plan for these things a year in advance, right? So we thought, well, we have a name change, which is going to be confusing, and we're going to be a week later 6 days later than we were this year. So we're going to be on the 30th and the 31st, which we were nervous about the K-Fire then as well. So, because the K-Fire this year is on the 31st and the 1st, and there again, two bowling centers 100 miles apart cannot host two scratch events the same weekend. So, so we decided to announce that yesterday. Just people can put it on their calendars. The other announcement was next year's our 70th anniversary. We'll be in business for 70 years, family-owned, which is super awesome. I remember the 50th anniversary. It was great. The 60th was even better. We're very much looking forward to the 70th, which, there again, 70 years is a long time.
Yep. Such a great business here in town. I love
thank
it.
you. Yeah, it's. I know you were here last night after everything was done. The community here supports us big time. The Air Force Base, the oil field, just the local people, the local bowlers. It's a busy place. So to survive 70 years in a range of economies has been fantastic. So to be our 70th anniversary. So with that, we're going to add some money to the tournament. We're going to add $7,000 extra money, $7,000 of extra money into the already existing prize fund. And with that, we're going to take some of that money and we're going to stick it into a youth division, an extra little youth division. We're going to add money to that. So then as long as we have, let's say, 10 bowlers, we can give out that full amount of money. And then we'll have a youth division, and then we're going to do the same with like a queens division or a women's division.
For the ladies,
yep. And we're going to try to draw a few more women because, there's a lot of years we have 3 to 5 women and 5 to 7 kids. See if we can get a few more women and kids to come bowl the tournament. And then also with that, we're going to take that extra money we have, and we're going to go back to what we were when we originally started this, which was $5,000 for first place. and then we're going to fill in obviously the pay scale even more. So. We're just going to try to give up more money, celebrate 70 years, celebrate the success of the tournament, the rebranding.
And celebrate Betty.
Yeah,
Oh.
yep, absolutely. Let me look at my fancy notes. I think that's it. So we're going to guarantee the 5,000, which is a big deal as well. You know, a lot of places might say, hey, we're going to give out 5,000 first place, and then all of a sudden they have 96 entries instead of 120. And they go, well, I guess we're going to give out $3,500. We're just going to guarantee it. So, our sponsors, you deal with sponsors all the time. We deal with sponsors. Our sponsors around the community are another huge supporter of us, so we're able to give that money away. The Minot Junior Golf Sports, the youth program, and then just all the businesses around the area just are so supportive of our tournaments. And, being in business for 70 years, we got to know a lot of people. It makes a lot of connections in town. So. It's going to be fantastic. We're very much looking forward to it. I don't know if you brought up the other situation we're going through this summer yet.
We haven't. No, I'm going to leave that up to you.
Okay, well, let's do it. Excuse me. We're going to go to the Brunswick Boost ST string pin setters.
Okay.
On the crew shows up on May 11th. The machines will be installed May 12th. So we are going to go to string machines. Okay. It was a decision that was made. There again, the building is since 1957. It's going to be 70 years old. Our machines are mid 50s years old, almost 60 years old. It's time that we need to upgrade. We've had a lot of semi-major breakdowns, and it's time for us to make an upgrade. And we decided that we were going to make an upgrade of a machine. We weren't sure what we were going to do. And then meeting with Brunswick and then seeing some other centers in the area, Williston being the big one, go to the Brunswick Boost ST string machines. It was a decision we thought was a no-brainer. Talking to Brad over in Williston, he's had really good luck with them.
Much more efficient. Much more
very much so.
saving.
I don't have a full-time mechanic. I have a part-time mechanic, and these machines are requiring a lot of work. So the boosts have been really good for them. I've talked to some other centers that have string machines, and the reliability of the machine is still there. The pin carry is still there. And sure, I think did you bowl in Williston?
Yes.
Okay, and obviously the carry is a little bit different.
Well, I will say, and I've kind of tried to tell a lot of people about this with the strings, is when I first bowled in Williston, there were a lot of the wrap 10s that the string carried. There were a lot of splits that carried out because of the strings. But the second time we went in and bowled in Williston, and that's after they get, what do they say, 1,000 hours?
Yeah, there's so many. Yeah, they use a frame counter.
Yes,
so.
And they were much better this fall at the fall shootout. They were much more like free fall.
Yeah,
and you get different carry, but some of the things you get on free fall, you don't get on strings, and some of the things you get on strings, you don't get on free fall.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you saw Eric Schacht.
Yes, on 29.
He hit 6.
Yes,
and he struck right. That happens.
Yes.
You also get. To pick up a 710, you need a bounce, right? And that's what I saw with the string pin setters. Is I went over there, bowled a couple times, and we had great carry. And I'm a very not fast, high rev player, or higher rev player, but I didn't have any problems carrying anything. Yep. I had one string pin carry. There was 2 of us. We bowled 7 games, so that's 14 games total. I did chop the 310 one time and chopped the 3 straight back, and the 10 fell. Yep. But it's a part of it.
It happens.
Yes. Yeah, and no different than getting 6.
Yes.
And it carrying, right? So the game doesn't change. There's still 10 pins on the deck. You still have to knock them over for them to count. But yeah, it's something we're very much looking forward to. And I do know I have been on the internet and read reviews of what people think of them, but I think that a lot of people go to the fun family centers and bowl on them, the non-sanctioned style, and it is nothing like that. It's the world of strings is changing, and then I really think that in the next 10 years you're going to see multiple centers around the state. I know there's other centers looking at doing it in the near future. So I think that it's going to be a bigger thing than you think. So that's another thing. We thought there again, year of our 70th anniversary, we'll have all the tournaments on the strings. The machines will go onto the strings. And we're looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a great thing for us. breakdowns. There's 2 reasons I don't sleep at night, and the first one is the machines.
Right.
I've been here a lot of hours this week. I think it's like 75 or 78 hours, and a lot of that was making sure our machines were running. Make sure the machines are running for this weekend. This is our biggest weekend of the year. These people are traveling. I had a guy yesterday said they drove like 11 and a half hours to be here. If somebody's going to drive 11 and a half hours to see our center, to participate in our event, I need to have this place in tip-top shape. And the fact that we had to do so much to the machines this week to get them working, to get everything finite, and it's just there's not enough time to work on old stuff like this, and it's time for a change. So
Right.
I really think that I hope it doesn't affect our numbers. Now that we told everybody just on your show that we're going to guarantee $5,000, and I don't think it will. I think that these guys all travel around enough that they're running into strings. And we're not the first center to do it, and we're not doing it as an arcade game. We're doing it as a sanctioned house, putting in the correct machines and make sure that we get what we want. So
I think at the end of the day, it's a business decision, and the people that are really going to care about it are the smaller section of people, because open play is such a huge thing for
there
bowling
again.
centers.
We kicked every one of these guys out here down to lane 1 through 16 last night, and within 10 minutes I had lane 70
You
through
were
40
full,
full,
yes.
right? And now when I have a breakdown on a Saturday night, now I have angry customers because I'm moving people around. We're having to refund, give them free games, stuff like that. Well, you're going to have way less of that with this. But also there again, buying the sanctioned machines, buying the newest thing we can get. We can still host things like this as well. So that's going to be a big part of it.
Well, very nice. So just to kind of quickly go over it, next season's dates are right there, January 30th and 31st, 2027. It'll be the Morris and Betty Anderson Memorial Shootout. There will be $5,000 for first. And, celebrating 70 years here at North Hill Bowl, and it'll be the 24th Shootout. It'll be a good year.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. You know, it was a big deal to change the name the first time from it was the Fisher Motor Shootout to go to the Morris Anderson, and then like I said, to now honor my grandma. It's going to be fantastic, and then make the changes, and everything will be great. So, yeah, we're looking forward to it. We're hoping, like I said, filling in the prize fund, adding the extra money up top, but also filling in that middle pool, which is what we did when we went from $5,000 to $4,000. It's not that we had less money. We're still giving over $20,000 away in prize fund, but we spread that money a little bit more, trying to go, hey, I'm not the guy that's going to win this thing. I'm not the quality bowler a lot of these guys are, but hey, if I make the cut, I'm going to double my money or whatever. So, yeah, it's great. We're looking forward to it. I'm sure you'll still be here next year.
I hope so.
I won't fire you. But yeah, I appreciate everything you do. I appreciate the show. I appreciate the bonus coverage today. Hopefully we're getting some people out watching. We did have some messages on our Facebook page, people cheering people on from all around the country, and I think you're getting the same thing. So thank you, and you're a big part of this as well. So
thanks, Rory.
Yeah, absolutely, thank you. Thanks, Ken, for sitting in today. It's going to be a long day for you as well.
Yeah, I'm always happy.
Yeah, we appreciate you guys so much. So.
All right,
Yeah, awesome.
Rory
Thanks
Selk.
for doing what you're doing. Thanks for letting me come on.
Yeah, thanks, Rory.
Appreciate it.
Rory Selk, one of the main guys here at North Hill Bowl, going over all the changes for next season. So there you have it. I guess we kind of addressed the elephant in the room, so to speak. So for those of you coming back to join the shootout here next year, a lot of changes, but the biggest one, I think, for most people are going to string pins. So
yeah, something that has been discussed in the building a little bit this weekend, and I don't know if we were sure we were going to talk about it today or not.
Yeah, and I didn't want to be the one to break that news, so shout out to Rory for giving us a little bit of his time. I know he's pretty busy this weekend, and kind of tuning us into all the changes next season. So I'm looking forward to another year and the 24th annual shootout. I was thinking about that this morning. This is our 12th consecutive Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout live on NDBowlTV. So there have been more on NDBowlTV than there have been not. And I think that's pretty awesome to think about.
That's a little crazy to think about, too.
And big thank you to Rory, Jeff, Renee, everyone here at North Hill Bowl for trusting us with, like Rory said, their biggest event of the year. So we do appreciate that. Well, let's take it out to the lanes here. Our first look at John Breckel and Thomas Wolf, Taylor Wallstrom, and Aaron Craig.
Yeah, Aaron, who's been kind of hovering up there, has some really good games today, a couple not so great games, and getting into the high end of the house, just not probably quite seeing the friction and the bounce he was down on the low end.
And in case anyone didn't follow us in Manitoba, Aaron made our show there.
Taylor kind of seeing what has been giving everyone fits on 31 and 32 this game, too.
Match to the left here, John Breckel and Thomas Wolf, a match of two previous NDBowling.com Player of the Years. Thomas, a two-time winner of that award. John won a few years back.
We got a couple of our leaders over even further to our left. You can get glimpses of Chris Hill on 27 and 28. Looks like Josh Kennedy and Dustin Harold on 23 and 24, so two of our top three going at it right now.
Yeah, and Dustin looks like he's got a big game going.
Yeah, I see. Looks like probably 279 going.
Yeah, through 7 frames. Yep.
Yeah. Josh just opened. He's in the high 2-0s at the moment. It might be 269 for Dustin, but either way, really good game going again.
And looking over at Chris Hill, I believe this is his shootout debut. I don't know if we've seen him at the Morris Anderson, and I don't know if any of you have read the preview article that 3 of the last 4 winners were bowling in their first shootout, so could that trend continue?
Yeah, we've got a couple first-timers that are up there in the running. Notably Chris in 4th place after 5 games.
Camera's frozen on 29 and 30. Let's look. Yes, it is. 1 second. Let's get that refreshed. Sometimes that happens. I can't tell you why, but let's see if that does the trick. Looks like that's better. I do appreciate that. Sometimes we don't see everything.
Yeah, that's an easy one to miss.
Sometimes the score just, maybe my capture card freezes momentarily, but we got it refreshed. Looks like it's all good now.
Yeah, we got a match over here on 27-28. Chris Hill, CJ Musso, both strike out for 214. Be a mild upset too if CJ were to pull this off. Not having the best day and coming and beating somebody in the top 5. You know 1 or 2 things about that.
It's always something to hang your hat on when you bowl a tournament. Don't have the best day, but maybe catch a win over one of the guys that's in the finals.
Ooh, 10 pin on the final shot gives Chris an opportunity to go steal the win.
All right, John Breckel into the 2-0s now. Thomas still has a 230 on the board.
Yeah, 230 would be big, you know, where he's sitting at.
Thomas is one of those guys that just kind of lurks along in a match play, and then once he starts to see it, he can strike a lot.
Yeah, very much. 10 pin for Chris is going to give CJ the win.
Nice game over here for Aaron Craig.
Yeah,
Getting
finally
into the 220s.
got a double on the board. He's going to take a nice win there.
And we have a game 6 scoring update. I need to update my graphic. I'm all sorts of messed up. I apologize. Ken now with our game 6 scoring update.
Oh, boy. Well, we have a new leader.
Again, a lead change. Okay.
Yep. Dustin Harold is back in the lead after 226. Josh Kennedy jumps into second, but is over 100 pins behind Dustin. Brent Newman drops to third after a 130.
Wow, so you went 290, 130.
Yeah.
Yikes,
Oof.
makes you wonder what's going on down at the low end of the house.
Yeah, no, very much. Chris Hill in fourth. So score-wise, Dustin is 1573. Josh Kennedy, 1462. 1 pin back is Brent at 1461. Chris Hill, another 11 back, 1452. Ryan Savoy in fifth at 1410. Aaron Craig, 1388, sixth. Brady Gustafson, 1370 in seventh. Brady Stearns in eighth at 1365. Ryan Selk, ninth, 1335. And Chad Nelson after 249 and 10th at 1312.
Okay, so that's your top 10 after game 6.
Yeah.
We're just now wrapping up game 7.
Yeah, down the list a little bit, Austin Ducharme's 11th. Defending champ Clayton Reed has bumped up to 14th after 4 straight wins, so he's trying to sneak his way in there. Paul Bulber 15th, Thomas Wolf 16th, Ryan Krabenhoff 17th, Henry Trotwin 19th, Travis Hersrud down in 25th, and Chris Charles is not doing so hot down in 28th.
Okay, so in front of us here, Aaron Craig with a 228 win over Taylor Wallstrom. Thomas Wolf in the 230 is going to get that win over John Breckel. Looks like CJ Minot is coming over to 31 and 32 for game 8.
Josh Kennedy looks like he struck out for 220. And I still can't quite tell, but it looks like Dustin had a really good game. I'm not sure if it's a win or not, though.
Okay, well, Dustin Harold moving right along. No stranger to shows here on NDBowlTV, making the show last season in Manitoba. Could he win his first NDBowling.com major title here today? I don't know. Our championship pair has yet to be bowled on by a left-hander, so something to keep in mind.
Yeah, did we see where Aaron was moving to?
I did not. Let's see. He's going to get his stuff now. Again, we got CJ Minot coming to 31 and 32.
Looks like Aaron's coming right here.
So Aaron will be the first one throwing on the championship pair. Yeah, as Taylor is alluding to us that the urethane going down the lane is kind of playing tricks on the righties, but it's definitely doing wonders for the lefties at the moment.
Yeah, we're going to see where Dustin's coming to. He's obviously moving this way, but we just don't know how far. He's going to be in camera view in 27-28, so they still will not have crossed with each other in this section of the house.
Now Aaron will be the first one bowling on our championship pair for the lefties. So again, a lot of what he does here could dictate what happens for them in our Stepladder finals, as the Stepladder finals will be held on the burn. We will go straight from position round, which would be game 10, to our Stepladder finals. I will have to move a camera or two to get prepared for that, but stick around as we are nearing Stepladder finals. Let's change our graphic over to game number 8 before I forget.
On top of it that time.
I am. I think having Rory in here to talk about all the changes next year kind of threw me off the graphic game there for a second, but nonetheless, here we are. Again, I'm Darren Sini alongside Ken Fletcher calling the action here at the 23rd annual Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout. I'd like to thank the folks at Storm, the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. For more, visit stormbowling.com. And please head on over to your local Storm VIP Pro Shop and catch some of the new releases out. I know the Rotogrip Transformer and the 900 Global Vengeance have been pretty good so far. And if you're looking for a jersey for the various state tournaments or the USBC Open, head on over to zellogear.com and save 10% using promo code NDBowlTV10. And if you haven't already, please follow us on Instagram, like our Facebook page, and consider subscribing if you haven't already. And please hit the thumbs up button and share our stream. Moving on into game number 8. Looks like it's Jacob Fox against CJ Minot, Josh Kennedy against Aaron Craig. So what do we got, top 5 matchup here? Is Aaron still in the top 5?
Aaron's close.
Okay.
He may very well be after 229 last
28 no win.
28, yeah. Thomas and Dustin Harold just to our left is another big matchup. Chris Hill and Taylor Wallstrom to the left of them.
And our first look at Josh Kennedy, who will be defending his KFYR TV Bowling Classic title next weekend. Also a winner at I believe it's the Agent Ong tournament down south. So it's been a pretty good year for Josh.
Couple nice shots from CJ to start on a pair that has given righties fits today.
Yeah, it's been a rough one.
Righties except for Ryan Savoy, that is.
That is true. 290 from Ryan Savoy on 31 and 32 earlier in our show. So here's our first look at Josh Kennedy throwing an RST hyperdrive, using that little bit of hold in the middle that's starting to develop.
Seen Dustin Harold throw 2 shots today so far. One, he slashed out in the first frame, and then he just whipped the head pin. So,
Wow.
Interesting. But again, lefties have not bowled up here today until the last game in this game. Unforced error there by CJ, losing a bunch of pins and count.
Yep. But it's easy to do, you know. Frustration sets in and a little lapse in concentration. But I can clearly attest you and I have both been there quite a few times.
Yes, that is an accurate statement. And, you know, CJ not having the best of days, you know, it's easy to just kind of go through the motions and, you know, not be too concerned with what's going on.
Yep, and even if you have a rough day today, making the cut here is pretty tough. We were talking last night how there's some tournaments you can afford a game or so, but making the cut here, you gotta stick with it. Not much room for error.
Yeah, you watch these guys, and you know there's some games where one unforced error like that, one missed spare is all it takes, and you're done.
Who was I talking to last night? I believe it was somebody that was bowling with Dawson Unrath, who was our alternate, and he, in the 10th frame, went double 5 because he had Greek churched the last ball and he missed the cut by a single pin. So even though he'll probably look back on the Greek church on the reason why he missed cut, but I bet you there are some other spots throughout the day where, whether it be count or missed spares, where you could always get that one pin. So
Yep.
count's important everywhere you go.
Yeah, in a qualifying block like that, you have to get everything that you can. I mean, even in match play, it's like every pin makes a difference.
Yeah, take it from me. I've
Yeah.
been in my fair share of first guy in, first guy out. I've even been in a roll-off for the last spot. So
Yep, that is true. I remember that.
oh, back door,
And another
got
back
it.
door.
I'm gonna have to create a highlight reel for everyone that will complain about the string pins next year and play all these shots that we've seen so far with backdoor strikes. And well, looking around at this group, since they will have one more game in front of us before position round, I see Talon Jacobson, Dustin Harold, Chris Hill, are the 3 we have not seen yet.
Yeah, Chris likely will be down, at least within camera view. Talon, same thing. I don't think he's been on any of these pairs.
Yeah, there's a good chance there's going to be one of them we don't see as well, but we'll see. And then again, following game number 9, they will order everyone 1 through 30 for a position round. 1 and 2 will take place on 29 and 30, our championship pair. The 3-4 match will be to the right on 31 and 32. The 5-6 match will be on 27 and 28. Then we'll go all the way down to lane 3. And that'll be our position round. Adam Peters is asking, what about stream pins? Yes, next year, yes. In May, North Hill Bowl is going to Brunswick Boost string pin setters. So that'll be the new thing. Also, Rory was in here earlier, and we talked about the name change to the Morris and Betty Anderson Memorial Shootout, and the weekend it is happening, the 30th and 31st. So mark that on your calendar. As well as, next season will be 70 years for North Hill Bowl being in business. So they are adding $7,000 to the prize fund and guaranteeing $5,000 for first. So that is the big changes for next year. And as far as I know, NDBowlTV will be back to cover all of it next season once again. So mark it down. I will have all the information on ndbowling.com. I will likely include all of this in our tournament recap. That'll be available on ndbowling.com Tuesday.
Fortunate break. You don't see that leave very often from CJ. Oh, putt. That's a
And
good
he
spare.
picks it. Nice.
Yeah. It's one of those splits, it looks hard, but it's easier than you think.
And big thank you to everyone who has subscribed to our channel today. I do appreciate that. And if you would kindly click on that thumbs up button right below your YouTube player, that would help us out quite a bit. As we are nearing the end of our match play around here, we are in game 8 of 10.
Aaron throwing a couple good shots there. Maybe just getting dialed in a little bit.
You can see Jeff Craig down there clearing out some deadwood. Shout out to Jeff and the entire staff here at North Hill Bowl for doing a great job at this tournament every year.
Wow.
And nothing kicks out the 10 for Jacob Fox. There were a couple pins over there. I don't know what happened, but
I think they just all hit each other and were just like, we don't want to touch that one, though. Dustin and Thomas just kind of having a battle of, like, who can throw a double.
that match happening immediately to our left, 27 and 28.
Gotta like what you see from Jacob as far as his game. It's that's impressive.
Very solid, very powerful game.
For I'm pretty sure a youth bowler. I don't know how old Jacob is, but remember, I think hearing Rory talk about it'd have to be scholarship money for him.
Yep. A couple youth bowlers made the cut here this weekend, which is also part of the changes for next year. They are having a youth division with a youth prize fund available to the top finishing youth bowlers. They'll get that in scholarship form, as well as a women's division. Didn't he say 1,000 is going into each of those as far as a starting prize fund? And there will be a case where it's got to be a minimum of, I think it's 10,
Yeah,
in order to run that kind of side division thing.
yeah. I think they were saying it'd be if they got 10, but
So 10 youth, and then of course 10 ladies as well. So if you're thinking about bowling the shootout next season, do consider all those opportunities. Another good spare conversion there for CJ Masso. He'll be in the 170s. Josh Kennedy up now on lane 29, looking for a double. Good shot there.
Yep.
Throwing the RST hyperdrive.
Thomas cashing in on the Brooklyn with a double. Taking a bit of a lead over Dustin, but Dustin with the strike up. Chris Hill, Taylor Wallstrom, kind of a battle of attrition, and we've talked about 25 and 26 being a good pair, but not so much this game.
Well, this is a part of the tournament where players start to think about shots a little bit more, start slowing down their pace a little bit.
Yeah. Took a bit of a pull from Aaron on that one.
Unfortunate open for Jacob in the 10th, but he will come away with a 190-174 win over CJ. Pair to the right. Well, it looks like our score cam on the left there is still holding strong, so maybe it just pauses there for after so much time. Have to look into that.
Oh, yeah, saw that coming.
Out. Isn't it strange how, like, halfway down the lane, it seems like you can see chops, like, halfway down, ball's halfway down the lane, and it just seems like it's, oh, that's a perfect spot for a chop.
Yeah, like I'm sitting pretty much directly behind the 610 on 30, and he let that go, and it's like, oh no.
The 4-7, you mean?
Yes, you're right. The 4-7.
Opportunity on the match to our left for Thomas Wolf here. They can both strike out to tie. Thomas is up first on the 9th and 10th.
Well, I say if Thomas is able to throw a strike here in the 9th, all he needs is a mark in the 10th.
Oh, because, yeah, Dustin's got the 157 in the 8th, not the 7th. Okay. So, yeah, Thomas is 30 ahead.
Good shot from Thomas, yeah.
Strike there. Kind of looks like that little bit of hold in the middle, and the bumper down lane for the righties is starting to develop.
Just like a little bit here and there, you can see it where it looks really good, and And there's some other pairs where it's like, that's not doing so hot.
Kind of like our championship pair with especially 30.
Yeah, although like for Josh right now, I think he really likes that hold.
Yeah, he's got that big, solid ASIM RST hyperdrive, and he's just kind of playing where that hold is in the middle. And he's got enough rev rate to get that ball to face up and do the right thing down lane.
Thomas kicking out the 9-pin is going to take the win over our tournament leader, Dustin Harold, who...
Plus, Thomas has got a chance to be in the 240s here, so
yeah,
making a run.
Yeah, he was mid-pack after 6. I don't remember or know what he shot game 7, but...
Oh, and as we mentioned it, there's that kind of hang on 30. I bet he missed right there, but...
yeah, it looked a little bit from what I could see.
But still, for the ball late in the day yesterday, that ball recovers nicely.
Chris Hill finally putting up another double. It looks like he's going to take the win over Taylor Wallstrom. He's got 214 on the board. Thomas going to have 235 with the spare there. Dustin, even with a loss, has 217, so can still maintain some pins there. He had won his first 6 games. Don't know if he won game 7 or not. We think so. But that might be the first loss for our tournament leader.
Wow.
.234 for Thomas. That's going to bump him up closer. Yeah, he was about 50 pins out of 10th and about where am I at? 150 out of 5th, so he only needs a couple more like that.
Yeah, anything can happen. And we've seen it happen here at the shootout. Will they get there? No, in front of it on the bird dog for Kennedy.
6-pin for Dustin's going to leave him with his first sub-200 game of the day.
Wow, and I believe that pair was fresh for the lefties because I don't think Aaron hit that pair yet because he was on
He's been on our
featured pair, yeah.
Both our featured pairs so far. .234 from Talon Jacobson, down on 23 and 24. Looks like he's going to beat John Breckel.
Yeah, John's got 225 left, it looks like.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm actually being able to read this time.
And Aaron Craig gets the can opener hit there.
Still very much a match right here in front of us. 197 for Dustin Harold is a a clean 197 too, I may add, is a solid game, just not enough for to beat Thomas. And as we sit here, Game 7 update.
All right, let's take a look at what we have for Game 7 update. Leading the way, Dustin Harold with an 1838. In second, Josh Kennedy at 1688. So 150 pins between Dustin Harold and everyone else. In third, Ryan Savoy after a 238 and a win at 1678. So Ryan Savoy is only 10 pins back of Kennedy in second. In fourth, Aaron Craig, 1646. In 5th, Chris Hill, 1 pin back of him in 1645. In 6th, local legend Ryan Selk, working his way up after a 268 with a win at 1633. So Ryan Selk is only 55 pins out of 2nd place. Brent Newman in 7th at 1626. Brady Gustafson in 8th at 1616. Brady Stearns in 9th at 1596. And then Chad Nelson in 10th at 1550. That is your Game 7 scoring update, top 10. So what do you think about that? Dustin Harold almost already locking himself in that top spot. 150 pins clear of the field.
Yeah, I mean, with, we've got Josh Kennedy in front of us who is not going to pick up much ground, if any. And then Ryan Savoya was right there, so yeah, I mean, Dustin he needs to do what he did this past game. Just keep it clean, keep shooting solid games. If he gets wins, all the better. But the rest of it, anybody's game.
And a fun fact about Dustin, did you know he's a scratch golfer?
I can't say that surprises me, but no, I did not.
I talked to him up in Canada, and he's like, what would you guess my handicap is? And I was like, for anyone that asks me that, I'm going to say you're like a +2. And he's like, he shows me his app, and he's like, you're right. I was like, oh, good guess. So, guy's a good golfer, and clearly he's a very good bowler, especially today, as he's leading the tournament by 150 pins after Game 7. So,
looks like we're going to see a Dustin Harold Chris Hill match.
okay, that on 31 and 32. So that'll be one of the pairs that he will cross where Aaron Craig's pair.
And we don't know where Aaron is going because he is still bowling right here.
Yeah, and Aaron will be likely somewhere down there since he's already bowled both games in front of us.
Yeah. He does have a pair that he wouldn't hit Dustin's traffic, so we'll see. That was a good shot from Josh. Needs a spare right here to shut out Aaron. That should be big for both of them.
Yeah, it's so big to get those wins, as each win gives you 30 bonus pins at this tournament.
Well, and I mean, where both of them are sitting too, like a win for either one is huge. Josh maintaining potentially 2nd place, or Aaron, kind of solidifying in the top 5.
Again, those scores are pretty close once you get past Dustin Harold. That's ahead of everyone else. The next group of people are all pretty close. And you can tell Josh wanted that strike. That'll lock up the win for him, and 30 bonus pins.
If I take it back, it looks like it's Breckel and Dustin Harold.
Over on 31-32. Okay.
Yeah. Chris Hill plopped his stuff over here, but he must be on 29 and 30.
There you go. 203 for Josh Kennedy. That'll get him a win plus 30 more.
Well, even with a 190, that would keep him within shouting distance.
The light hit does not carry for Aaron Craig on that shot. He'll be in the 180s. First look at tournament leader Dustin Harold in front of us here.
Looked like, did he switch to the purple?
Yeah, there's a purple there.
So I believe he is throwing the black hammer the last game. That's a miss.
Look down at the approach, so maybe stuck on that one.
Yep. Definitely has a purple out, so.
And we don't know what he's been throwing all day down on the low end of the house or the middle there, but been going back and forth between a couple of urethane products.
My guess is he probably knows Aaron was there and is switched accordingly based off of what most of the day has been.
And wrap 10. I'd be curious to know kind of how he has progressed through the tournament and if he's kind of kept tabs on where Aaron's bowled and where he hasn't. And you got to think that's part of the thought process today once they figured out they were both in the same group.
Mm-hmm.
Hello to you two from Winnipeg. Do appreciate you tuning in. If anyone missed our coverage from the 44th Manitoba Open a couple weeks ago, you can watch that show in our archive, as all of our shows dating back to 2014. If you really want to see how much our shows have changed, go back to 2015 and watch the shootout. It was kind of blurry. There were no scores on the screen. There were no graphics. And yeah, I think we did the show on one of the small tables right in front of the restaurant over there.
Yeah.
And that was it. So the operation has definitely changed over the years. So big shout out to everyone who has supported us along the way, who has subscribed, and if it wasn't for everyone watching, we wouldn't do it. So thank you for tuning in. Hello from Thunder Bay. A lot of Thunder Bay contingent at the Manitoba Open, and good to see Aaron down here at the shootout.
First look at Chris Hill. It's another super simple game. Just really steady. I know when we bowled yesterday, and he must have been nowhere near us. One of those halfway across the house, so we never crossed paths, but kept seeing his name and the scores, and it's like, who's this guy?
Yep.
And I'll say, not what I was expecting.
Sure. I mean, it seems like every year there's a couple players that come up here for the first time and turn heads, if you will. People we don't normally see up in this area, they make the trip and end up doing really well. And like I said in the preview article, our 3 of our last 4 all bowled this tournament for the first time and ended up winning. So
yeah, I was just say kind of the perfect parallel to Chris would be like Paul Bober a couple years ago.
Yep.
When he won. Super simple game, just does it really well and repeats shots. And that's what I see from Chris a little bit. I've watched him today.
I did hear some people say Chris is pretty active on the regional tour. Good shot there for Dustin. Again, Dustin is currently our tournament leader by, well, after 7 games, 150 pins. Shot there. Pretty solid. I want to say it looks like he's throwing a Web Tour Pearl.
Possible. He's got ebonite all over his jersey, so
it's kind of the color of the Web Pearl. But And not completely sure of the Renza Brunswick lines like I used to be, but it's kind of what it looks like he's throwing.
Ooh,
Nice start there.
I think he might have got away with that one a little bit.
Yeah, it seemed like he got a little firm at the bottom, and I wasn't sure if that one was going to face up like the others.
Jacob Fox slinging some wood out there, but not connecting on the 10.
And that shot there from John Breckle was a lot of what I did yesterday. If I missed right, that ball never recovered. And I threw at a few of these. Pretty easy to do.
Oh, very much, especially early on in the day. Oh, I mean, even late in the day, let's be honest.
Well, what happened a lot yesterday late in the day was that bumper kind of developed around 10, but you had to get it there. If you didn't get it to the bumper, the ball never really faced up and got the corners out, so you had to throw it at the bumper. Well, there were some times you'd throw it through it, and
Oh, then that's what happens. Yep.
it never sees it, and you wash out, you miss the head pin to the right, and then you're struggling for spares and shooting 190, and it's just that's how this pattern is. Some people really had it, and there were also some people that they just couldn't see it the right way.
Yeah.
Question in the chat room, where's standings? If you go to Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout Facebook page, they have been posting them there. And if there's a specific bowler you would like to know where they're sitting at, just let us know in the chat room. I do have a score sheet through 7 in front of me, so just let me know.
Nice shot from Chris again. Looks like he's having no problems with what has been a tricky championship pair so far.
Again, we're bowling on a 44-foot pattern, 2 3/6 to 1. So fairly flat, but with the shape of the pattern and 44 feet, players were able to develop that bumper, so to speak, around 10 board and then move left and use the hold. So it's been a case of when people find it, they really get it. Oh, 9-pin lead for Chris. There's, what's our pattern, a little under 30 mils.
Yeah, it was like 29.7 or something.
I'd almost call that middle of the road volume anymore, but pretty fair pattern this week. High qualifier was Chris Hill at a 1872 total, so 272 over, and then cut was plus 37. 117 players in the field this weekend. Top 30 did advance last night to match play today. And we are about to enter our position round here next, so grab some lunch, refresh your beverage, and get ready for some pretty good bowling here. Most exciting part of the tournament is coming up. In the chat room, Dustin has been bowling very well these past 2 months. I would agree with that. He had a decent weekend up in Manitoba a couple weeks ago. Saw him doing well at some of the sweeper events out in Minnesota. If anyone out there is looking for a tournament to bowl in our area, head on over to NDBowling.com and click on the upcoming events tab. We have quite a few events coming up between now and mid-March, mid to late March. So head on over there and find a tournament that's right for you. Another good shot for Jacob.
Yeah, really. I mean, impressive game for somebody his age. So I don't have a clue how old he is, but, you know, obviously one of the younger bowlers here. But
Well, if anyone in the chat does know how old Jacob is, please let us know.
staring down at 23 and 24, Thomas and Taylor Wallstrom struggle busing that game pretty hard.
Yeah, easy to do.
Aaron Craig with 3-bagger, 9 spare, on 25 and 6. So Dustin with the ball switch. Back to the black.
Yeah, I like I said earlier, I'd be curious to know kind of how his strategy changes when he goes to pairs he knows Aaron has already bowled on. Because towards the end of that last game, I saw him looking over to these two pairs, and it almost seemed like he was making a mental note of where Aaron had been.
Yeah, it would make a lot of sense, and I'm sure it's like you would think, oh, this ball's been better on the fresh, this ball's better when there's a little bit of play, and, you know, maybe he's realizing that, oh, I didn't need this one because it was even with those few shots that he threw. So when you think about it, it's only, you know, probably 6-7 shots on each lane on 31 and 32 that Aaron threw. So did that have that much of an effect?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know if either one of us can really guess what that would be like. It's been a while since we've had to deal with that.
Yeah, most righties have been past that level of transition in practice. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Josh Kennedy is second open in 5 frames. We just got confirmation Jacob is 17.
All right, so we were correct. He's definitely a youth bowler, but very solid game for how young he is. And Deadwood on 30. Again, shout out to the staff at North Hill Bowl for always being on top of all the machine calls, and Deadwood clears alike.
Dustin, I think a little confused by 31 and 32, but you know, a couple marks, 9th and 10th is going to be 2-0 and is going to solidify himself in the number 1 spot.
At this point, he just needs to fill frames and move on.
Yeah, he's going to get the win against John, who can only max out at 180.
And guaranteeing yourself in the championship match here will guarantee a $2,500 payday for second place at a minimum. And again, $4,000 at top prize. Over $20,000 in total prize fund given out this weekend. I also gave out, 10 random draws for $50 throughout the weekend, and then us here at NDBowling.com gave away a storm ball of choice last night to a random non-casher. So a lot of different prizes given away this weekend. Shout out to the restaurant, worst case scenario, for taking care of the meal last night.
Yeah, just overall, you know, outstanding weekend every single year. I mean, they know how to do it up here. I think that's been proven time and time again.
I think that's what brings a lot of people back. You know, you have the atmosphere, kind of every tournament has its own feel, and it's kind of like going down to the KFYR, this tournament. It's the same with the Manitoba Open. You kind of know what to expect, but that's what everyone wants to experience, you know. So it's good to see.
Dustin going to be in the two teens, so just a solid game. Aaron Craig threw 7s in the 220s already. So in good shape to make up some pins.
Oh, good spot for that if you're Dustin Harold.
Yep, 213. I mean, ho hum.
Yep, just moving right along. Again, position round is next, so we will likely have a brief pause here while the staff at North Hill Bowl puts together all the scores. And then we will line up everyone 1 through 30 for one more game of match play to determine our final 5.
You know, you think about it too. Dustin's not going to have to move.
Actually, he will. 1 and 2 will be
Oh.
on 29 and 30.
They flip it. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
So
all right.
the top match will be on our championship pair, and then they'll go to 31-32 for the 3-4,
Got it. Okay.
and then 27-28 down.
Okay. He has to move one pair.
Yep.
But he's going to have about the same look as he did this game, having Aaron only bowled the one game on 29 and 30 as well.
Should have waited for my fans on the way down.
And as we say that, we got a Game 8 update now. And yeah, that Game 8 was Dustin's first loss, but still over a 100-pin lead on second, Josh Kennedy. So Dustin at 20-35, Josh Kennedy at 19-21 in second. And he's got a 33-pin lead over Chris Hill, who's in third.
So Chris Hill could move into that 1-2 match and bowl another game on this pair. So
Yeah, it's entirely possible. I mean, Josh is in decent shape against Talon Jacobson, one pair to our left. So, you know, he's got an opportunity, and with that strike, that helps his cause. So they're going to be pretty close. Ryan Savoy in fourth at 1874. Brent Newman in fifth at 1856. Brady Stearns jumped up to sixth, 1848. Not very far out. I don't think that's a guy you want to see in the show if you can help it. Aaron Craig at seventh, 1827. Brady Gustafson eighth, 1810. Ryan Selkin ninth, 1801. Tied with Chad Nelson.
yes, in the chat room, this is Game 9. I have not updated my graphics. I'm all out of sorts, so do apologize for that. This is Game 9. You know, I get pretty good at changing the graphics the first, 4 or 5 games, and then I lose it.
Yeah, I think Rory threw you off, and you just kind of forgot about it half the time. Except for one game, last game.
Right. Now that it's on my mind, I'll change it for position around here shortly.
Josh Kennedy in good shape with the turkey up now. He's got 244 on the board. Chris has 248 on the board, so going to be a tight squeeze for 2-3, and Ryan Savoy was only 14 pins back at Chris, so don't know how Ryan's doing. He's down, I believe, on the low end right now.
Got a hook.
Oh, yeah, that just pushed a little bit too far, and now all of a sudden Chris needs that spare for the match.
Yeah, and you saw kind of his reaction there, kind of like the thumb down, maybe spinny. And that's one lane you can't do that on.
No, like, this is big. Like, he picks it, he wins, he misses it, he loses. And with
Wow.
Josh having his match well in hand,
It's got a chance.
Yeah, it's too
No,
far.
left. Okay, 214 loss for Chris Hill.
that still keeps him in, like, within shouting distance either way.
So like we mentioned before, there will be a brief pause here so we can compile all the scores as we get ready for position round here at the 23rd annual Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout live at North Hill Bowl in Minot.
Aaron Craig looks like he is going to take a win against CJ Massot. He's got 238 on the board, so that can jump him up really close. Can't quite see down to what Brady's doing. He's kind of in the middle of the house.
Big shot for Josh Kennedy over there on 28.
Yeah, he already had a 33-pin lead over Chris, and 240 in a win would be massive. Give him a little bit of cushion, assuming that, you know, Ryan or Brent or Brady isn't doing something crazy.
Yeah, and those bowlers are all kind of down towards the low end of the house. So we are unaware of what's going on down there. But again, our coverage will feature the 1 through 4 matches of position round.
Good break for Josh. He maybe got that a little right, and it overbounced for a 4-pin. But still, 220 with a win is solid work. Aaron wraps the 7, so he's got 227 max with a win.
Yeah, it looks like a few more matches going on down at the low end. Most of the matches in our group are done except for 2. Again, if you're joining us for the first time today, let us know where you're tuning in from. Had quite a few people tuning in from the snowy areas down south. Nothing better to do than watch some good bowling on YouTube. Excited for the PBA Tour to get started up here shortly.
227 for Aaron, 223 for Josh. Couple solid games.
So Ken, what's next for you on the bowling schedule?
Well, it's going to be a busy month of February at work for me, so it's not going to probably be until Classic weekend, unfortunately.
Yeah, Ken will be joining me probably for the live stream coverage of that one on Sunday, March 1st. we will for sure be doing the Stepladder finals, but as always, I always consider doing the match play on Sunday if I, miss the cut. So we'll see how that one pans out, but for sure catch us Sunday, March 1st for a live coverage of the NDBowling.com Classic live from Sunset Lanes in Moorhead, the season's final major, where we will finalize the NDBowling.com Player of the Year Award as well as give away the Glenn Haynes Memorial Trophy. If you want to sign up for that tournament, please call Sunset Lanes. Again, this season it'll be a 2-shift event. First shift at 9, second shift at, I believe, 2 or 3 o'clock, something like that. 8-game qualifier. Top, based on entries, will advance to match play on Sunday. And this year it'll be the same as last year where they'll do like a little pins carry over, and I think it's 4 games in the morning, and then it goes into a big bracket. So, and then the top seed after, 8 qualifying games in the 4 in the morning, it's either 3 or 4, gets the automatic berth into the championship match. So,
Yeah, a little bit of a different format, but, kind of cool too. A little bit out of the routine of your traditional scratch tournament. Like they run North Hill runs, KFYR runs.
yep. All a little bit different, so.
But yeah, I mean it's still like it's a solid format. It's it's fun for the bowlers too. And I mean even we talk about you have one bad game and in this format and you can still come back. You have one bad game in there and you're out.
Yep, that's very true. Again, we are just getting the final games completed, and they will compile scores here for the position round. Our 1-2 match will start on 29 and 30 right in front of us here. And then the 3-4 match will be on 31 and 32. The 5-6 match will happen on 27 and 28, and then they will continue all the way down to lanes 3 and 4. Be a standard match play game where the winner will receive 30 bonus pins. Following that game, we will have our final 5 for the Stepladder finals.
I think we have just one match finishing up on the low end, and shouldn't be terribly long. They're usually pretty quick about double checking scores.
And as for me, as far as bowling goes, I will be participating next weekend at the KFYR TV Bowling Classic. Again, I will be providing updates on NDBowling.com's Facebook page. And then I will also be providing a tournament preview of that tournament on Thursday this week. And then after that, I will be heading to Aberdeen in 3 weeks, I believe it is, the 14th and 15th of February. And then wrap up the big tournament season at the NDBowling.com Classic February 28th and March 1st down in Moorhead. There's a couple really cool events happening out in Williston a couple weeks after that. They have a Team Trios event in mid-March on Saturday, followed by a singles, like a handicap singles event on Sunday. So a nice little weekend out in Williston. That'll be, I think it's the second weekend in March. All that information is available on ndbowling.com if you click on the upcoming events page. I do believe entries are open and going for the State Open tournament here in North Dakota, as well as the women's and youth tournaments. If you go to ndusbc.com, you can sign up for those. Of course, the USBC Open out in Reno is getting started here in about a month, as well as the Women's Open. I think the women are in Vegas this year. So a lot of good tournaments to bowl between here and May, or if you end up going to the Open in the summer. But a lot of good stuff to bowl. Again, just a brief pause to figure out our scores for the position round, and we'll have that underway here shortly, so stick around. And would like to invite everyone to follow us on our various social media channels. Follow our Instagram account. Like us on Facebook. We do post quite a bit of stuff on the Facebook account to keep everyone up to date on what's happening here in the High Plains. If you haven't already, please consider subscribing. Share our stream on social media. That would be greatly appreciated. Big thank you to the folks at Zello Gear, the official jersey partner of NDBowlTV. Save 10% at zellogear.com by using promo code NDBowlTV10. And again, big thank you to the folks at Storm, the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. For more, visit stormbowling.com. Head on over to your local Storm VIP Pro Shop. Pick up a new ball today. Again, about to head into the position round here shortly. I'm Darren Sini alongside Ken Fletcher calling the action here at the 23rd annual Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout here at North Hill Bowl in Minot. I do expect those position round lane assignments here shortly. I do believe in position round they'll give each person 2 on each lane. Is that what I remember? Does that sound right?
I think they have in the past, but I feel like it depends on how long everyone has to sit.
Right. There's some tournaments I feel like they just go right into it, but we'll wait and see what happens.
Feels like it's probably just go straight into it, but, well, yeah. Who knows? Things surprise us every year.
Ken, you got a pen ready so we can go through our numbers as the position round goes on? I don't think I have one over here.
No, we haven't had one yet. I mean, they usually give us the sheet, so I'm not too concerned about it.
That way we can get our unofficial bracket and get it wrong like we did last year. Brad Peterson, thank you for tuning in. Do appreciate that. Hope to see you and the crew next weekend, perhaps, down in Mandan at the KFYR. Again, we're just waiting for our lane assignments for position round. Shout out to the folks here at North Hill Bowl for compiling scores and double and triple checking everything. I do believe it was last season we thought we had our bracket finalized, and then Clayton Reed had to go mess it all up and shoot 230 or so in the position round, win his match, and jump all the way to 5. Then ended up running the ladder to a title. This goes to show anything can happen here. We'll see what happens this season. And again, looks like they've been posting scores pretty regularly on the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout Facebook page. So I do see a sheet through 8 on there. And we should have a Game 9 scoring update here in a few minutes. Looks like we have a Game 9 scoring update before they even announce them to the bowlers. And take us away there, Ken.
Well, as expected, Dustin Harold, 104-pin lead over second Josh Kennedy, who has a 1-pin lead over Ryan Savoy in third.
Wow.
So 22.78 for Dustin, 21.74, 21.73, and then 70 pins back to Brady Stearns,
All
who
right.
has
So
snuck into the top 5. And then 1 pin back of Brady is Chris Hill at 21.02. Aaron Craig, 18 pins back at 20.84. Ryan Selk, 20.78. Chad Nelson, 20.66. Brent Newman, 2064. Mike Upton, 2059. And I'll even go back as far as Ryan Krabbenhoff at 2043, who, with a big game could sneak in there.
all right, so our matches will go as follows. Dustin Harold will take on Josh Kennedy on 29 and 30. Ryan Savoy against Brady Stearns on 31 and 32. Chris Hill and Aaron Craig will be on 27 and 28, and they're going to announce that here now.
Whoever's a higher qualifier gets lane choice.
Higher qualifier gets lane choice on the pair,
Give you 2 balls on each lane and then
Yep,
start.
okay.
and 2 balls on each
So
lane.
on 29 and 30, first with a 22.78 is Dustin Harold. Second with a 21.74 is Josh Kennedy. On 31 and 32, third is Ryan Savoy with a 21.73. Fourth is Brady Stearns with a 21.03. On 27 and 28, fifth with a 21.02 is Chris Hill. Sixth with a 21.84 is Aaron Craig. On 25 and 26, seventh with a 20.78 is Ryan Self. Eighth with 20.66 is Chad Nelson. 23, 24, 9th and 10th, 9th with 20.64 is Brent Newman. 10th with 20.59 is Mike Upton. 21 and 22, 11th with a 20.43 is Ryan Krabbenhoff. And 12th with a 20.10 is Brady Gustafson. 19 and 20, 13th with a 19.95 is Eric Schatt. 14th with a 19.92 is Paul Bowler. 17th and 18th, and 15th with 19.45 is Thomas Holt. 16th with an 18.87 is Austin Stein. 15 and 16. Bowling on 15 and 16. 17th is Tatum Lee with an 18.51. And 18th with an 18.47 is Jamie Craig. On 13 and 14, 19th with a 17.80 is Tyler Pepper. 20th with a 17.79 is David Kimmer. On 11 and 12, 21st with a 17.79 is Jacob Fox. He's bowling Talon Jacobson with a 17.62. On 9 and 10 and 23rd is Clayton Reed with a 17.45. He'll be bowling John Breckel with a 17.31. On 7 and 8 and 25th is Henry Twutland with a 17.26. And 26 is Travis Herzberg with a 17.24. 5 and 6, 27th is Josh Kolecki with a 17.18. Taylor Wallstrom with a 17.05. On 29 and 30 is CJ and Chris Charles. So we get 2 on each lane, and then go ahead and get started. Remember, whoever's the higher person gets lane choice.
All right, so they will get 2 on each lane, and we'll be underway here with our position round. As mentioned, there is a Game 9 complete scoring sheet on the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout Facebook page if you want to see that in its entirety. Again, Dustin Harold has a pretty commanding lead of 104 pins. Second and third are separated by a single pin, and then about 70 pins back. Fourth and fifth are separated by a pin. And then Aaron Craig is the first one out, looking in about 20 pins back of fifth. So an interesting position round ahead. Our matches will be the 1 and 2 and the 3 and the 4. Ryan Selk at a 247 in game 9 to vault himself to about 23, 24 pins away from the show at the moment. I'll give that back to you since you are the numbers guy.
Yeah, I mean, the number to keep in mind right now is Chris Hill at 2102. Ryan Krabenhoff is 60 back, so that's a bunch, but not unheard of.
Well, it's same with Brady, because Brady's only a pin ahead of Chris, so.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, like, you can get all the way down to 11th, and if, just say Country shoots 279, all of a sudden, if you're, Brady, Chris, Aaron, you got to shoot 215, 220 to maintain your spot, and that's easier said than done.
Yeah, and we've seen it happen before here. So, again, every bowler gets 2 shots on each lane, so we'll bring the scores up when they kind of erase all the practice shots.
Another thing to keep in mind, I mean, it's been several games, but Brady Stearns earlier had 175 on that pair.
That is true.
And then Ryan Savoy.
Yeah, we know what he did on that pair.
The very next game of match play, shot 290.
Yep.
So, 2 bowlers with very different games on that kind of troublesome pair.
And now one thing to consider too, Dustin bowling on 29 and 30. This will be game number 2 for lefties on 29 and 30. As Aaron bowled a match play game here earlier this afternoon. And now this will be game 2, so something to keep in mind how the left side will start to transition.
Yep, game number 2, and depending on if Aaron can sneak in, there could be several games on this before Dustin gets, his shot at it in, we assume, the Stepladder final.
And seeing what the urethane did to the players on the right, you got to think the amount of shots available on a pair for the lefties throwing the urethane is limited, so to speak. But we'll see if that transitions the way we think. It's kind of hard to say because there was also a bunch of reactive going down the right side, but something to keep in mind. We haven't had a lefty winner here at the Shootout since 2018 when Matt McNeil won his second title. All right, let's get these scores up on the screen. Looks like we're underway here. Brady's going to kick us off on 31. Again, the higher seated person, I don't know if you call it a seated person, but the highest position, so to speak, gets lane choice. Well, that's a 12 in a row on that pair for Ryan Savoy.
No big deal.
Spread across, 4 hours, but
Couple of nice opening shots for the two of them, Dustin Harold and Josh Kennedy, all solid. And you got to remember, Josh was on this, game number 8, that same pair. So
I would like to see what, like, the track on Josh Kennedy's stuff, because he's got that kind of roll that a lot of people can't duplicate off his hand.
yeah, very much. It's like, I don't know how you even describe it, I guess.
Right, because I'd like to see it, because he's got to have a positive access point that's a bit different from most people anyways, but very effective game.
Yeah.
Well, these top 4 are not messing around. Well, I guess top 6. We haven't had a miss yet in the top 6 players. Good shot there by Brady, throwing the Ion Pro solid. Harold, frame 2. This
Yeah.
is that one. Looks like he's having some
Thumb issues.
slight hand problems, yeah.
Ooh. Aaron Craig tripping out the 8-10. It starts most of the way around here. Dustin can afford a little bit of a slip up, but he's got to be careful. He can't fall too far behind. Now, 100 pins is a lot to make up, but all of a sudden you shoot 170 and your opponent shoots 240, and well, there it goes.
All right, Stearns on the spare. Careful. Okay. Now over on that 5-6 match, both players starting with a double. So for all you Chris Hill fans out there and Aaron Craig fans, we'll have to keep you updated. High hit 4-9 for Chris Hill in frame 3. Savoy now. Look, another strike. That guy can't miss on that pair.
Yeah, he's looking really good. And you got to remember, he's got a 70-pin lead on Brady. Yeah, Ryan Savoy's battle right now is probably with Josh Kennedy. It's who's going to be able to take the 2 seed.
All right, Savoy frame 4. Looking for yet another strike on that pair. Does not get the 7 out.
It's a little late, but
First miss on that pair and 14 shots for him. No big deal. Yeah, if you haven't already, please share our stream on social media. Hit the thumbs up button and consider subscribing. You're in the position round here. About to determine our final 5. Shot by Brady. We have anything going on the 7-8 matches on that you can see?
Yeah, they're both clean so far. Chad's up in the third on a strike, so an early opportunity to get something going.
Oh,
And
can't get the
Stone's
9.
a 9.
Also throwing an Ion Pro Solid, a very good ball out there. I'm a big fan of that one.
Yep, still a little early. Aaron has a double spare strike on the board. Chris with an open on a double on the third. You know, the 5-6 match, when it's that close, you almost have to think loser's probably out, but things are so tight across the board. You know, you shoot 2-220 and a loss, and that still might be enough.
Well, some storylines heading into our Stepladder finals. Brady Stearns would have a potential at winning a record 3rd shootout title. It's never been done. I do believe Matt McNeil, Andy Mills have both won 2 titles here, as well as Brady. Brady could be the first to win 3. You're looking at a guy like Josh Kennedy who could win his 2nd NDBowling.com major title. Chad Nelson lurking down there as a major winner as well. And you got a bunch of guys looking for their first, so.
Yeah, Ryan Savoy, who's got a heck of a legacy to follow from his dad, but is no slouch.
Debbie is asking in the chat, is there 30 bonus pins apply in this position round also? Yes. This is just like a regular match play match. Just everyone's ordered 1 to 30 for one last game of match play. And then we should know our final 5 here shortly. Josh Kennedy, frame 5. Ball change to, because he was throwing the hyperdrive the other game, so is that an origin, perhaps?
Not positive, but it's what he's thrown this whole game so far.
Yeah, looks like an origin, one of the OG.
Swisher out for Ryan.
I think if you'd ask Ryan Savoy, he wants the title or the Stepladder finals to happen on 31 and 32.
That's probably pretty accurate. Aaron Craig over to our left with the big split.
So shout out to everyone tuning in as we have hit 300 watching. So big thank you to everyone. I do appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean at this moment the 5 through, we'll call it 10 matches. Not a lot going on. It's going to be one of those who can throw a string late, I think, to capitalize.
Brady Stearns for triple. Doesn't get
Run
the
again. Seen so many of those just go barely in front.
Stearns on the spare, keeps clean. Again, Stearns and Chris Hill are 1 pin apart. So you got to consider those two, but they're for the 4-5 at the time. Aaron Craig's the first guy out at the moment, and he's, what, 20 pins back of Hill?
Yeah, just a little less, I think, like 18. Oh, carries a 7 out.
Oh, nice double there for Chris Hill.
Yeah, that was a good break, and see if he can capitalize on it. Shot from Brady.
And this was about the same part of the lane that I was throwing that ball in, and it rolls really nice from there. Of course, it looks a lot better when Brady's throwing it.
I mean, anything's going to look better in his hands, right?
Yeah, Brady makes a lot of products look good.
Chris Hill for a 3-bagger, and
Another 9-pin. Ryan Savoy for a 3-bagger, got it.
one more, and I think you can lock Ryan into one of the top 3. It's just which one.
Yeah, and if you're Brady, just get a bunch of pins and maybe sneak out a win if something happens here, but stay ahead of at least Hill. But it all comes down to who wins that 5-6 match, you know. The 30 bonus pins is huge here.
Yeah, right now Ryan and Chad, they're both clean through 5, but no doubles. Both on spares, so can somebody throw a string here in the 5 through 8 match? Ooh. Opening for Brady. As much as Brady needs the pins, the win would be even bigger.
Oh, and a single pin miss by Chad Nelson over in the
That was a 5
7-8. It was a 5-pin.
It was a 5-pin miss. He went Brooklyn and tripped out the 9.
And the ball did touch the pin because the pin was moving, so he didn't miss it by much.
No, but that's that only leaves Chad with 220 now. And
Well, an opening here for Stearns as Savoy opens the 8th, following that 2-8-10. Again, Savoy and Kennedy are separated by a single pin. Stearns and Hill separated by a single pin, but about 70 back of the other two, so
yep, and
pretty close.
Aaron Craig had an opportunity there to put some pressure on Chris and just left a washout on a double.
Yeah, looks like he lost it off his hand. All right, well, opportunity here for Brady Stearns after a missed strike there by Kennedy in the 1-2 match.
Just left. Yep.
Oh, I thought he might get away with it, but tripped out the ugly stuff at least.
Yeah, I'd say fortunate. It's just a 3-6. But that's opportunity back for Ryan.
Question in the chat, who's winning the 5-6 match? Aaron Craig's got 141 in the 7th with a spare up in the 6th, or in the 8th, I mean.
That's a washout pickup in the 8th too, so that's a big spare.
Chris Hill has 125 in the 6th with a spare in the 7th, and he's now up on lane 28 for frame 8. Spare for Stearns, so that match is down to a 6-pin match.
Yeah. I know we were talking about the 9-10 as a possibility, but it doesn't look like that's materializing, so.
So I guess we can pencil in Dustin Harold as our top seed, but it'll really be interesting to see how that left side is breaking down as they continue to throw more shots on the championship pair.
Yeah, and I think even bigger question for Dustin is will Aaron sneak his way in? Because that will have a big factor in how his day plays. And
Oh no, 2-4-8-10 for Stearns. I think he liked that shot too.
yeah, that didn't look bad. Maybe a pinch fast. 'Cause it looked like it was in a good spot on the lane.
Right after that 1-on-32 that he missed left and went nose, maybe it was trying to make sure that one got to the right, but all right, so Chris Hill goes up in doubles in the 8th and the 9th frames. So he's got 235 possible. Aaron Craig has 221 possible. He's up now in the 9th on lane 28. It's kind of the match we're watching now. So Brady gets the count. It's 183, so he's got 213 left. Savoy likely going to take the win here as long as he fills out. Brady walks over to try to see what's going on. Because the way it looks, let's say Chris Hill strikes out and gets 235. If Aaron strikes out with 221 with a loss, Brady's only got him by what, 18 pins?
19 pins.
So then
that one
Brady would need the 203
yeah.
to guarantee his spot as the 5.
Yeah, it's incredibly tight.
And there's nothing going on with Chad and Ryan in the 7-8, correct?
Well, Ryan has 237 on the board still.
Okay.
He's got a strike up in the 6. Chad has 226 on the board after putting a double on the board, one of which being a Brooklyn. And, a 2.
Oh, boy.
Well, I mean, that's, like, Josh is not in any trouble with missing out, but that pretty much...
Because we pretty much figured Ryan's going to go ahead of him for the 2.
Yeah, that basically hands Ryan the 2, assuming, something crazy doesn't happen here in the 10th for Ryan.
Right, because Ryan's going to win that match if he fills out here, and there it is. So we can pencil Ryan Savoy likely in as the 2 seed.
Aaron got the first one in the 10th, so he's in the 210 if he goes 9 spare. And Ryan Selk with a split.
So now would Josh Kennedy, is he pretty much locked into the 3?
199.
Or can Chris Hill get there with a 235?
70 pins. So 65. If he doubles, he's fine.
Aaron Craig doesn't get the second one. He 7-10s the second ball in the 10th. So if he gets one, that's 208.
208, so that that even keeps Brady in a good position then. So Brady at 203. So 2106 or 2116. That leaves room.
All right, Chris Hill will be up next on 28. He's working on a double and has 235 possible. Josh Kennedy gets that first shot in the 10th. He'll be up now. Try to get himself into the 190s. 244 for Ryan Savoy, so he will lock in that number 2 seed behind Dustin Harold as the 1. Kennedy for a double, 9 pins. So he's got 189 on the board with this conversion. So he'll go minus 11. First shot out for Hill. Gets the strike for a 3-bagger, so that puts him into the 220s at least.
That's going to probably lock up his spot.
As the 4, you think?
We
We got to figure that out with what Brady does here, because Brady's got the 2-teen left, and with Aaron only getting 208, I think Brady's got a little bit of breathing room. But he's got to at least fill this 10th frame, you got to think.
So 189 gives him.
Big shot for Stearns. He doesn't look too happy, but maybe he's mad about the one in the 9th.
He's looking down to see where the other guys are at right now, I think.
Chad's got 226 possible. That's not enough, is it?
226, 40 pin. It might be.
Chris Hill does double, so Chris Hill's going to be into the 230s. So that should lock up Hill for the 4, right?
Yeah, Chad can pass Aaron. And he
Wraps
a
10 on 26. So is that does it for Nelson, doesn't it?
He's got 205 left with a win. That's not enough to catch Brady.
Chris Hill finishes out 235, and he will make our stepladder final as what we think is the 4 seed.
So, I don't think that's true.
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
You think he's the...
I think he jumped to the 3.
You think he's the 3?
I
Okay.
think he jumped Josh Kennedy. If my math is right.
Because that's 65 up, and Kennedy went 11 down. That's enough?
Yeah, they were
Okay.
72. Yeah, it's 4 pins, but I think Chris Hill's are 3.
Okay, this is unofficial now. Again, North Hill Bowl and the staff here will compile all the scores, but as of now, we think Chris Hill could have snuck into that 3 spot.
Brady at 213. Brady at oh wait, I
So
totally
he's-
did the math wrong on that.
So he's plus 13 overall because he doesn't get the win.
I almost gave Aaron another 30 pins, and if that was the case, he would have jumped Brady.
But Aaron did not win.
But Aaron did not win.
So is Brady R5?
Because Chad Chad opened at 172, so
Yeah, and Ryan's not even going to shoot 200, but he's going to win.
190, so 220. Brady's going to be the 5.
Okay.
Yep.
Unofficial. We got this wrong last year, and when I say we, it was me and Blake Wallstrom at the time.
Yeah, Aaron looks like he's going to miss by 24 pins. And Ryan potentially can even jump him. 182, 12, 90. Nope. Ryan's going to finish 7th. Aaron's going to finish 6th.
Okay, so,
Assuming, I guess, nothing crazy happened below them.
right, there could be something wild in the 11-12 or something latch that we can't see, but unofficially, Dustin Harold, Ryan Savoy, Chris Hill, Josh Kennedy, and Brady Stearns in the top 5 in that order. Again, that's unofficial. I need to move a couple cameras and get things ready for our stepladder finals. So let's look at our bracket. This is unofficial, okay? This is based on Ken Fletcher math here. Believe it if you want, because I know people probably aren't too confident with us here because I got it wrong last year and thought Darren Weiler made it, but instead Clayton Reed jumped him and ended up winning the tournament. So this is what we think will happen. I am going to take a minute and at least move our main camera over, so just give me a second here.
So Brady just said that Brent just shot 240 and 1.
So you think Brent is in?
I think
So-
that's why
so-
Brady's pissed.
So he knows. Like I
Because-
figured because Brady knew something.
Because if Brent shot 240 and 1, I'm just going to say 240, so that puts him at 270. That jumps Brady.
Okay, so now, again, for the second year in a row, we think, because he thinks he's done, so
Yeah, he's
you
not.
got to think bowlers, they all know.
Yeah, that was the matches that we just couldn't see down there. So
Yep.
if that is the case, then yeah, that would be.
And EUMANN, right? Is that how you spell his name?
I believe so.
All right, so we're going to change it for now to this, unofficially. Yeah, Brent's moving his stuff down here. So perhaps Brent snuck in. What a roller coaster of a day he's had.
Yeah, I mean, he games 3, 4, 5. He goes 265, 217, 290, follows it up with 130, 165.
Well, for the second year in a row, we got it wrong here because we couldn't see what's going on down there, but it happens. Now, where did Chad Nelson end up? We have a question in the chat. Do you know kind of where he's about? Probably the 6-7 area.
He was 8th going into position around shot 170 and lost.
Okay.
Given that Brent jumped him as well, it sounds like he's probably going to be 9-10 somewhere in that area. So, yeah, we'll get confirmation as soon as we know for sure, but based off of just what we heard when Brady was walking by,
Yep.
that's a little stunning. Yeah.
Yeah, we got confirmation from North Hobel that Brady is out. So they got to be watching in the back, correcting us. We do appreciate that.
Yep.
And appreciate all you guys back there working hard today.
And confirmed by the sheet just given to us by Jeff. Brant Newman shoots 235 to jump Brady by 13 pins.
Okay, so we have our final 5 correct, right?
Dustin, Ryan, Chris, Josh, Brent.
Okay, that is official now. That is your Stepladder Finals here at the 23rd Annual Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout for the second year in a row. Someone jumps from down in the 9-10 match.
Yeah, well, and I think he was actually in the 11 match. Was he? Or was he the 9-10? No, Brent was in the 9-10.
Okay, so from the 9-10 all the way to the 5th spot.
First with a 25-14 is Dustin Harold. Second with a 24-47 is Ryan Savoy. Third with a 23-67 is Chris Hill. Fourth with a 23-63 is Josh Kennedy. And fifth with a 23-29 is Brent Newman. Brady was sixth with a 23-16.
Yep. Just so everybody knows, Brady's in
So
6th.
those 5 want to stay loose.
Aaron Craig finished in 7th, Ryan Selkin 8th, Brady Gustafson 9th, Chad Nelson 10th.
Okay, I'm going to step out quick, kind of move a camera, get my stuff situated, and then we will be underway with our Stepladder Final shortly.
I can have those 5 come to 23, 24 under.
that in the way?
Did you empty it so I can just lift it up and move it?
Am I in the way at all?
Oh, yeah, you are. So don't worry about it. Okay. He's got a camera, no egg stone. Okay, so we're ready. When you're ready, we're ready. Okay, two on each guys.
All right. Well, it appears we're ready now. We moved a camera over to get a different view here. Josh Kennedy and Brent Newman will be our opening match.
Brent, who made a living out playing towards the gutter earlier today, looks like he has moved left. So with our 5, then, we don't have a righty that's going to play right.
Yeah. Yeah, then
Yeah, the only, I mean, like, you know, we saw Ryan Savoy in the position round a little bit right, but not playing the gutter right, so be interesting to see what happens here.
yeah, this will be the second time we've seen Brent on our show here at the Shootout.
And also of note, with Aaron Craig not making the top 5, Dustin will have bowled the last game on this pair as a lefty, so
And he only needs one more game.
he only needs
So-
one game, so it's all on, you know, can he get lined up and throw the shots, because it will not have changed. So I don't think the lefties are going, or the righties are going to be far enough in to make a difference for what he's going to do.
Again, each player will get 2 shots on each, and then we'll be underway with our opening match. Do appreciate everyone tuning in, and if you haven't already, please consider subscribing. Again, I'm Darren Cini alongside Ken Fletcher, bringing you live coverage of the Stepladder Finals here at the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout at North Hill Bowl in Minot. Opening match, Brent Newman against Josh Kennedy. Josh is the higher seed, so he will get lane choice. Ken, in matches like this, what do you like to do? Are you a based on the lanes kind of guy, or do you want to have ball in hand no matter what?
I mean, it's been long enough that I would hope I would think about the lane a little bit, but if lanes are equal, it's like I want to throw the shots to win. I'd rather have it in my hand at the end of the game, be the last one to throw.
Feel like anybody as a competitor would want the same. But there's also merit to wanting to finish first and apply all the pressure, you know?
Oh, 100%.
Exactly what happened in Manitoba. Wade said he wanted to finish first and apply all the pressure. That's exactly what he did, and he came away with the title.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any right or wrong way to look at it. It's just, you know, it's preference. It's what do you feel in the moment.
So hopefully they will put in some names anyways. Looks like I heard Josh say he wants Brent to start on the left lane, so that's what we will be doing here. Brent will kick us off on lane 29. Ken, who do you like in this one?
You know, Josh is coming off bowling on this pair. I mean, you gotta like that. But, you know, excuse me. Brent has been up and down all day, but, like, his ups are up there with anyone. I mean, it's a coin flip, but I think maybe just the edge of Josh because the recent experience on this pair.
And soft 10 to kick us off here. And honestly, your first shot in a stepladder final, just it's a nice solid shot. Even though it left a soft 10, it's nice to get the ball off your hand and kind of get settled in.
Yeah, get it in the right area. Maybe just a small little tweak for it to face up better next time. But, yeah, I mean, Good opening shot, you would think, there. On the spare.
All right, like we mentioned earlier, Josh Kennedy will be defending his major title at the KFYR next weekend. Looking to add his second major here at the Shootout. Something only 24 other players have done, winning 2 or more NDBowling.com major titles.
And Messenger in front.
Was a bird dog, just didn't connect.
Looks like a ball switch from the position round as well, so was seeing something that he maybe didn't like. But again, a couple good opening shots just to get settled into the game. Okay.
All right, solid on the spare. Again, the winner will meet Chris Hill in our quarterfinal match up next. Then Ryan Savoy, the number 2, and Dustin Harold waiting in the championship match.
It's a little left.
Trips the floor.
Fortunate, yep.
Spare for Kennedy. Solid 9 spare, 9 spare start.
It's a little wide and
Didn't seem like it came off his hand like 90% of them have this weekend for him. Seems like he kind of missed it at the bottom, and when I do that, I tend to shove it down the lane, and it never sees it.
yeah. We're fortunate to see the replay on the broadcast view, and yeah, that could be.
Oh,
Is it
maybe.
gonna fall into it?
Okay, well,
Oh, that was
it's
close.
4.
Naturally, what happens the next time?
We all do it, don't we?
Yep. You either make sure you get it, or you pull it because you don't want it to go through the middle like that. But just the 3-pin, so should be an easy spare.
Okay, pretty good spare. Opening match here off to a bit of a slow start, but still trying to get settled in. It's better.
Yep, that's pretty good.
Throwing at 2 different balls. Throwing a different ball on 29 than he is on 30.
That's a ball switch because I don't believe he threw that in the second frame.
Okay, and is this the RST hyperdrive?
Looks
Yes.
like it, yep.
And
Oh,
carries
trips a
out.
4-9 out. Big break.
So makes the ball switch, gets a break, tripping out the 4-9, puts a double on the board. Makes you wonder what he's going to do in his next round up there on 29. So what do you got to do now if you're Newman? You had the one shot on 30, you kind of let get away from you for the washout, and then hold one left. Is this just try to get it right off your hand and
You just got to get it off your hand clean. I mean,
commit to it?
you know, the first shot of the game was pretty good. The last two, not his best. Just get one off the hand clean.
That's
It's
left too.
again. And leaves a tough spare. Yeah, I think he doesn't look comfortable right now.
And I know the feeling. If any of you watched the infamous NDBowlTV Masters show back in October, yours truly was on that show, and I felt the exact same way.
Yeah, it's not easy when you have to fight a bad ball reaction and going straight at it. And I mean, I don't blame him going straight at that, but that's a hard spare as it is.
Yeah, it's hard when you're fighting your own body, your footwork, your tempo, and then you're also trying to read a ball reaction. That's so hard in a setting like this.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of game left, but he just needs to throw one.
Right, throw a good one, get your mind off of what's already happened. It's better.
Yep. There he goes.
You could tell by his follow through that that one was much better than all the rest. Got it off his hand nice. Read the lane in the proper spot.
Let's see if Josh can take advantage of a double and turn it into 3. It's pretty good again.
Yep. All right, let's see what he does on 29 now.
Continuing to play the 2 different balls, so let's see if his read on the pair is right.
Again, last time he was on this lane, he tripped out the 4-9 on a pretty high hit. Got to think a move is in order.
looks left, and sits there.
Yeah, he's playing all that hold. There's that 44 feet of oil just sitting in the middle. And we saw it yesterday. The righties really started to get left and just use that as hold.
Yeah, I mean, you wonder what happens if he pushes it a little bit right. It's probably that 210 area, but
Depends on if the bumper is developed enough, because he's throwing a big enough ball with a touch of surface. Makes you wonder.
well, it's pretty much go time for Brent.
Got to push. Crosses over 310. Where are the top 5 players from? Josh Kennedy, I believe, is from the cities area. I could be wrong. Brent Newman, also from Minnesota. He's got the Get Loose on his jersey, which is, I believe, a brewery out of the Alexandria area. On the spare,
Oh, that
doesn't
was-
cover the 10. As far as Chris Hill, I believe he's out of Wisconsin. Ryan Savoy out of Superior, Wisconsin. And then Dustin Harold, I want to say close to St. Cloud area. Again, I'm just guessing. If anyone in the chat has further details on our top 5, please let me know. Confirmed in the chat, Chris is from Wisconsin. Milwaukee, Kenosha area. Very nice. Quite a long drive, though. Do appreciate him making the drive up here this season.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be, what, 10, 12 hours? But he's making it well worth his time. That's for sure.
For sure, yeah. He's going to guarantee himself a 4th place finish at the worst, as he will get the winner of this one.
Looking increasingly likely will be Josh Kennedy. I mean, Brent not having a very good game and Josh has 4-bagger. It's like that's going to afford him the opportunity to try some things if he wants.
Oh, kicks a 7.
But yeah, I mean, at this point, you just want to stay loose and keep throwing shots like he has been. So if it's working, there's no need to change anything yet.
12-hour drive confirmed from the Milwaukee area, as Paul is from down that direction as well. All right, Kennedy, frame 8. Working on a 5-bagger, pretty much locking this match up. Sticking with that hyperdrive, soft 10.
Yep, that's okay. I think that's going to be his worries if he does get it right. It just doesn't see enough friction to hit.
Right, he's in that zone where if he can throw it to the bumper and it gets into that roll soon enough, he can carry that out. Otherwise, the soft 10 is in play, but like you said, in a match like this, that's pretty much all you want.
Yeah, I mean, he's, like you said, he's pretty much locked this up already. I mean, that spare puts him at 188. Brent can max out at 189.
Yep. So the writing's on the wall there.
Yeah, I mean, Brent would have to throw 5 strikes in a row, and Josh would have to throw 4
Gutters.
gutters in a row. I don't think that's going to happen.
But a good weekend for Brent nonetheless. $1,000 winner for 5th place here at the 23rd annual Morris Anderson Memorial.
Yeah, and I'm sure at this point Brent's just like, can we just get this over with?
Yeah, right.
But at the same time, you know, it'd be nice to be able to throw one or two good shots to finish the match.
But like we said before the match started, it's been a crazy roller coaster of a day for Brent. He had that big 290 in the middle of the day and then
Followed it
followed
up
up with a rough
130.
pair. And then another high of shooting 230, 240 in position round to get here. And then coming to our championship pair and just not seeing it.
Well, you'll take the strike.
Gives a shout out to Eric back here, who carried some odd strikes on this pair earlier today.
2 minutes I was away.
Yes. I believe Josh is throwing a rock star on the right lane.
Looks suspiciously like that, doesn't it?
And then the RSTX or RST Hyperdrive on the left lane. Confirmation that the Lucy Line Brewery is out of Plymouth, and that's where Brent is from. So right there in the Twin Cities, the west side of the metro. Shout out to all those who made the trip up from Minnesota as well this year. I've always thought the brewery was close to the Alexandria area because so many of the Alexandria guys promote it.
You think about it, it's probably a lot closer than you realize.
Probably, yeah. But a lot of good bowlers from the Minnesota area. Do appreciate them coming up here and supporting all the events in North Dakota, as well as those who have traveled further from Wisconsin up in Canada. Even have a few bowlers here from Montana and Colorado, South Dakota. So you saw that one there, hit the bumper, get into a roll. Again, Josh Kennedy will take on Chris Hill in our quarterfinal match coming up next.
Be interesting to see how it plays for Chris. He's going to be, you know, he'll be playing the same area of the lane, but he's going to be more along the lines of how, you know, Brent is probably seeing it with his ball speed and rev rate.
And a question in the chat, how much does entering an event like this cost? I do believe the entry fee for this one was $200. And then there are also options for high game pots, brackets, senior options, that kind of thing. So a lot of options to make money throughout the weekend.
Yeah, and as, you know, we talked about with Rory earlier, potentially some youth and female options next year as well.
Yeah, a lot of changes for next season, so stick around for that. We will go over those in between the matches as we progress through our Stepladder finals. But a good weekend for Brent Newman. He'll take home $1,000 for a 5th place finish. Got to imagine how his day has gone. The roller coaster of a day. Probably going to be exhausted after this one, but drive safe, and I'm sure we'll see Brent again.
Yep, second time making a show up here. I mean, why wouldn't she come back?
right. 175, 235 final. Josh Kennedy will advance to take on Chris Hill in our quarterfinal match. Ryan Savoy, the 2 seed, Dustin Harold waiting in the championship match. Again, I'm Darren Sini alongside Ken Fletcher calling the action here at the 23rd annual Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout here in Minot, North Dakota. Big thank you to the folks at Storm, the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. And to Zello Gear, the official jersey partner of NDBowlTV. Be sure to save 10% at zellogear.com using promo code NDBowlTV10. And if you have a moment, please follow us on all our socials and consider subscribing if you haven't already. As we mentioned earlier, next season's dates here for the shootout. Mark them on your calendar. The Morris and Betty Anderson Memorial Shootout, the 24th annual, being held January 30th and 31st, 2027. So mark your calendars for next season's event right back here at North Hill Bowl in Minot. So Chris Hill will get 2 shots on each lane, and as a higher seed, he will get lane choice. As mentioned earlier, Chris is out of the Milwaukee area. Question in the chat, what is the oil pattern? It is not a house shot. We are bowling on a 44-foot, 2.36 to 1 ratio oil pattern with a shade under 30 mils of oil. The pattern is not fresh. We are bowling on the leftovers from match play. The oil pattern they're using this year is similar to the one they used last year, just 2 feet longer, a little less oil, so definitely changed the overall breakdown considerably from last season. Looks like Chris is trying a couple different balls on this pair. He did bowl the final game of match play here on 29 and 30. So a couple games since then. As a higher seed, he will get lane choice. And it sounds like he's saying he's going to start the match on 29. So they'll have to get the scores figured out here. I do believe they were working on that behind the desk, but the players also on it here. We'll see. There we go.
There we go.
Underway now in our quarterfinal match. Chris Hill against Josh Kennedy.
Looks like he's going to stay with the other ball that he tried there. Looks pretty good.
That ball he threw looks awfully like one of my favorites from back when we were with the Browns of Brunswick. A Web Tour hybrid, but it also looks like a ball from the Game Breaker line. Also looks like a stealth, so a lot of options that could be. Good ball there for Josh.
Yep, nice opening shot.
Looks like he's sticking with the different ball on each lane.
Doesn't quite push enough, but fortunate it's only a 4-7.
Yeah, saw that 10 pin there for a brief second.
Good spare. Chris gonna stick with that same ball. Liked what he saw on the one shot he got in practice and that first shot as well.
It's pretty solid there.
I would say it was a smart move at the moment.
All right, Chris Hill, frame 3, working on a double.
Jump out to a quick lead. It's pretty good.
Little
Just a
high.
little high.
Perhaps a touch slow. That seemed a little slower than the others he's thrown.
Yeah, 4-pin very common when you get a little soft out on this pattern. Okay, good spare. Ooh,
Oh boy.
that one looked like it was in a good spot. Just jumped through the nose.
That pesky right lane, it seems like every year. It all comes down to the right lane.
I think that surprised Josh a little bit. See it, he's thinking about something. Was it him? Was it the ball? Was it the lane? So you got to make a move. All the thoughts that go through your head after that kind of shot. right, swishes that one out.
That gets the classic North Hill Bowl swisher hit. That's a ask any of us locals around here. That's usually the shot that you like to carry the most in this building. All right, frame 4 for Chris Hill.
It's a little wide. Is it gonna?
Yeah, that rolled up
Yeah,
nice.
Never mind. That was really good.
Like the way that ball sets up in the mid lane. Goes through the pins nice. Takes the flat 10 out of play. Pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah. I was going to say you gave it the little holding sign there. It looked like you got it left, but had nice projection on it. Well, Josh being tested here. Got to strike up. He's still in this match, but let's see what kind of adjustment he makes in this lane.
It's wide.
Yep. Looked like maybe a bit of a left move, and then he shoved it out wide. And
I didn't think his footing was quite how he wanted on that one, and that probably caused the miss right.
yeah, there's something going on there that was just a little bit off. And
Hey, you normally don't see Josh miss by that much, so
you know,
I'll run the spare down here. It's
he's got a chance.
a little too much of the head pin, so an open frame there for Kennedy in the 5th. Gives him 72.
It's a lot to come back from after double spare double for Chris.
And
How many pins can you throw at it? Don't
wow.
hit.
I think one went off the back and one went in front.
Get your spare. I mean, you never know. It's kind of the same thing that we saw last game.
All right, Hill, frame 6, working on a double. A little wide that time, and as I mentioned before, it takes the flat 10 out of play unless you miss it wide of the bumper.
But at this stage, that's okay.
Yep.
spare. It's pretty good. Yep.
Yeah, when you see that ball set up right around the rangefinders down lane, you know he catches it right. Again, Chris was our qualifying leader yesterday, going 1872 for the 8 games. And for his efforts, he earns a paid entry into next season's shootout. As we mentioned, will be January 30th and 31st, 2027 here at North Oval in Minot. Kennedy, frame 7. Went nose the last time on this lane. A little wide, leaves a 2.
Yeah, it looks like he maybe increased his angle, and it's just not seeing the right lane correctly now.
Again, winner will take on Ryan Savoy in the semifinal match. Those watching back home, let us know who you'd like to see win the 23rd Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout. Again, thank you to everyone who has subscribed to our channel today. I do appreciate that. Brian's asking, have you drilled any new balls lately? I've drilled the new transformer. I do like that ball. It's been good so far. Plan on trying out the new 900 Global Vengeance.
The pocket just can't kick it out.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier. It's kind of the miss with that ball in that area is in on the oil. It just doesn't quite get into a roll soon enough. Looks like you got a Ryan Savoy fan in the chat. Let us know who you want to see win today. We will have a brand new shootout winner as everyone in the Stepladder finals. We don't have any past champions here at the shootout. In fact, Josh Kennedy is the only major winner left in the tournament. It's going to roll. It's wide.
Yeah.
2-8-10.
I mean, he's still fine, but there's always that just little glimmer when you see something like that.
Again, that's the miss on this pattern. Once that bumper develops down around 10 board, you just got to keep chasing it left as the heads go. And if you miss it to the left and you catch the oil and it just doesn't see the bumper early enough, you get into flat 10 or 2-8-10 territory. All right, Hill, frame 9.
Swishes it out.
Yep, classic North Hill Bowls swisher zone.
I was going to say he needed one mark in the next 2 frames to secure it, and that strike should pretty much lock this up.
This Kennedy can max out for 190.
Chris, even with an open, even if it was an 8 open, would be 192, so he's in good shape. Ball switch on the right lane a little too late, and you can see him shaking his head.
Yeah, probably was considering that change earlier. Question in the chat, did they re-oil the lanes? No, this is the leftovers from match play, so they just went right into the Stepladder finals. Josh Kennedy with a strike will finish out with 170. Gotta think Chris might try a thing or two here to explore his options, perhaps.
Yeah.
And Josh having a little fun there, and Stone's 8 in the process. Well, good weekend for Josh Kennedy.
I just caught I didn't see it right away, but I just saw it. That's pretty good. Good weekend for Josh. He bowled really well all weekend.
And that's a $1,500 winner for 4th. And Chris Hill will advance to take on Ryan Savoy in our semifinal match.
Yep, ball switch to see what would happen, and another 210 combination.
And so there's a final. 192, 169. Chris Hill will advance. Let's take a look at our bracket. Ryan Savoy upcoming here. He will get 2 shots on each lane. And lane choice. Again, the lone lefty left is Dustin Harold. He's been leading the tournament all day. Couple lead changes here and there, but ultimately it was Dustin Harold that got that top seed by roughly 100 pins, right?
Yep. Well,
little under
70
100.
pins, just about 67.
Everyone's favorite number these days.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Not at all.
I honestly still don't.
Yeah, I feel like I can see all the kids watching at home. Yes. The question in the chat, is it just me or does that right lane look a lot less forgiving than the right? Or do you mean the left? But the right lane has been tighter all day, but as the day goes on, of course, more and more people who have been hooking the ball on the left lane, I can just about imagine that the left lane has a little more dirt to it, so to speak.
Yeah, we've been talking about it all day, how the right lane has been a little bit tight, and it's still continuing through the Stepladder finals.
Looks like there's a lot of Ryan Savoy fans in the chat. Again, let us know who you think's going to win this match. Chris Hill against Ryan Savoy. Regardless who wins the tournament, we will have a first-time NDBowling.com major winner. As you can see there on that shot by Savoy, that right lane definitely doesn't have the bounce that the left lane does. We saw Josh Kennedy throwing a much stronger ball on the left. So something to keep in mind.
Good hit the road, boys. Thanks for everything. Thanks for the guidance yesterday. You're a good seeing eye dog for it.
Shout out to Chad Nelson for
Yep.
a nice weekend, and shout out to Brady Stearns. Hope both of you guys drive safe. Again, Ryan gets 2 shots on each and lane choice. As you can see there, the left lane is starting to spark. And they're just going to change the... It sounds like Ryan wants Chris to start on the left lane. So they're just going to have the arrows reversed. And Chris will kick us off on lane 29.
Think maybe a tactical move after the way the last match finished.
Ooh. A little wide, but trips the 2.
Take the good break.
Wonder if he made a move there, because that's been the lane that everyone's been hooking up early on. So I wonder if he made a blind move there. All right, well, here's our first look at Ryan Savoy out of Superior, Wisconsin. Made our show a couple years back. Pretty good start.
Just like he did earlier today when he was on our feature pair.
Yeah, he did a lot of striking down on this end of the house. Left. Oh, trip
So
4.
at the 4.
Looks an awful lot like that night road that he threw on our show a couple years ago. Oh, maybe not. I can't quite tell what that ball is.
There was a point he was throwing an ion. I know it wasn't an ion pro. I know he had that out a couple times yesterday, but I don't know what it was. I didn't really pay that close attention.
Okay, Hill, frame 2. Hooks up, 9-pin. See, that one registered at 14.3. I know the speedometers here aren't exactly the most accurate at the moment, but he had one up there that was about 16 earlier in our show. So I wonder if he's adjusting speeds to kind of get the ball through the pins. That one definitely got through there, especially on that right lane. Again, this is Chris's first time up here at the Shootout. 3 of our last 4 winners have won the tournament in their first attempt. Chris is looking to make it 4 out of 5. Frame 3.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Yeah, Ryan looks like he's lined in. See, when he gets it, he can go. His release is so repeatable.
Again, Dustin Harold is our number 1 seed. We'll get the winner of this match for the title and $4,000 going to the winner. Ooh, can opener hit.
Out. Yep.
The way that hit, I was looking at the 10, and it gives you that typical can opener sideways. Like,
Yeah, that could have been a 7 or a 10, either one there. But it's a strike now and a 4-bagger to start. Yeah. You kind of knew that one when he let that go.
nice shot there for Hill. So he answers with a 3-bagger of his own. Ah, yes, Professor Todd in the background. Yeah, Ryan's dad, Todd. No stranger to the bowling community, that's for sure. One of the best to do it around here. Very good.
Doesn't get
Oh,
7 out though.
had that same can opener hit of the 10, but the 7 stays this time. All solid on the spare. It's kind of one of those matches. Who's going to blink first?
Yep, good shot again. I mean, that's 6 quality shots for Ryan and 5 so far for Chris.
It's high.
Maybe just a little soft again.
Yeah, 14-1 up there on the screen. Question in the chat room, is this the final match? No, this is the semi-final match. The winner will take on Dustin Harold in the championship.
You watch the replay, and it almost like Chris kind of didn't pull up out of it, but pulled up on it, so maybe softened it up a little bit.
Ah, I know what he's throwing. That's the new Ebonite Spartan. So that's part of the... Hill now frame 7.
Just rolled up a little high.
Okay, on the spare, opportunity for Savoy here to put up another double. Really apply the pressure.
Take a bit of a hold on the match if he can throw a couple more good ones. I think that is an Ion Pro.
That he's throwing, yeah.
I think so.
Swisher zone at North Hill Bowl. Gotta love it.
It's a big shot right here for him. Put him into the 240s, and Chris can only max at 247.
Yeah, Ryan has chose to finish first. So the way it looks, he's going to have an opportunity to close the match out, depending what happens here.
one.
Let's stay in that swisher zone, and it looks pretty good. You think about the shots that Chris has had that hasn't struck. He was pretty heavy on the head pin. Chris left the 9 pin in the second.
Yep.
Had the one go high there in the 6th. And then what was that, a 4 pin in the
Yep.
7th?
4 pin last frame, so let's see if he makes any kind of adjustment off that last shot here. Yep.
Oh, pretty
That's
good.
good. Maybe a little firmer, but also looked like just a hair of a move to the left.
Yep. Yeah, 14-7 that one comes back at. The last time he was on that lane, it was 14-1. Again, guys at this skill level, they're down to fractions of speed. Gotta think this is a big shot for Hill here to strike in the foundation frame.
Yeah, he almost has to have this one to have a chance. Get
Roll
there.
up. Oh no,
Just late.
never sees it in time.
Yeah, even a little firm there, 15-5. And that open is going to pretty much do it.
Yeah, so 2:15 left for Hill.
Yeah, Ryan, even with 9 out in this frame, would clinch it. So, pretty much looking like it's going to be Savoy Herald final. Ryan not taking it for granted.
Yeah, so Ryan is going to be the only one left on the right side following this match. Looks pretty good. Ditto. Okay. Well, he's already got 213, so he's just going to need pins in the 10th regardless what he does here.
Yep, get the spare, and it gives him the opportunity to try something.
Makes you wonder if that one, he just got in on the oil a little bit and it didn't see it in time, kind of like what happened to Chris over on 29. Hooks at it and misses it, but he's already at 215, so just keep it on the lane. So Ryan Savoy will move on to our championship match. Chris Hill will finish in third, which I believe was a $2,000 payday.
Yep.
I'll look at my cheat sheet from our boy Jay Leary, and yeah, $2,000 for third, $2,500 for second, and a $4,000 top prize. So good bowling from Chris, and we do appreciate you taking the long drive up here to Minot. Hope to see you back in the future. Throwing the straight ball up the corner. But all in all, very solid game. Good to see him here.
Yeah, you can see how his game would translate well pretty much wherever he goes. Just solid at the line, consistent with that release.
So 234 for Savoy. Spare here puts Chris at 205. Put your comments in the chat room. Let us know who you think is going to take home the title. The lefty Dustin Harold, or are you going with the righty out of Superior, Wisconsin, Ryan Savoy? Let's update our bracket. Dustin Harold, Ryan Savoy for a $4,000 top prize. And one of these guys is going to leave here with their first NDBowling.com major title. Let us know who you think is going to win. Dustin will get 2 shots on each lane and lane choice.
Yeah, I got to bowl with Ryan all day yesterday, and he did not have the best of starts, so I think if you told him after 160, 160 to open his day that he'd be bowling for the title today, he'd take it.
I feel like Ryan did that a couple years ago when he made our show. He started qualifying not in very good shape. I think he was like right around 100th, and then he went something crazy the back 5 games to make the cut and ended up making our show that year as well. So Ryan's a guy you just got to get out of the gates, I guess.
Yeah, he was trying to play kind of where he finished the day, and it just didn't obviously develop the first 2 games. And once he saw it start to get there, it was go time. So
again, we are in our championship match here at the Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout. Next season, this tournament will become the Morris and Betty Anderson Memorial Shootout and will be held January 30th and 31st, 2027. Betty is the wife of Morris Anderson, and she passed away this last fall, so they're going to honor her as well in this tournament. A big thank you to the folks at Zello Gear, official jersey partner of NDBowlTV. You can save 10% at ZelloGear.com using promo code NDBowlTV10. And again, big thank you to the folks in Utah at Storm, being the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. Again, I'm Darren Sini alongside Ken Fletcher calling the action here at the 23rd annual Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout here at North Bowl in Minot. Be sure to follow us on Instagram, like our Facebook page, and if you haven't already, please consider subscribing and hitting that thumbs up button. That would be greatly appreciated. We are in our championship match. Dustin Harold and Ryan Savoy. Dustin will get lane choice. And Dustin wants Ryan to start on the left lane. Just getting our scores situated here and names up there, and we will be underway here shortly. High flush hit for Savoy.
starting where he finished last game.
Well, here's our first look at Dustin Harold in our Stepladder finals. He's been kind of rolling all day. Got the lead early. A couple people caught him throughout the day, but by game 8, he had quite the lead on the field and then just kind of coasted to our Stepladder finals. Pretty solid. Again, Dustin's looking to become the first lefty winner here since 2018 when Matt McNeil won his second shootout title. Overall, what have we had? Jim Dieterich, Darren Hansen, Matt McNeil twice, and Jeff Smith.
Eric Parvey.
And Eric Parvey, so 6 of the 22 titles so far have gone to lefties. A little wide.
Fortunate it's just the 3-5-6.
You could kind of tell with the body language there off the hand that missed that one a little left.
Spare you got to be careful with.
How do you shoot at this one? Are you straight at it or you hook at this?
I mean, I hook at a lot of my left side spares, but, you know, this is smart to not hook it too much because it's so choppable. And
I used to hook it all of like the bucket combinations except when the 8 is back there, the sleeper pin. But now I go straight at everything except the full 4-pin bucket, or yeah, the 2, 4, 5, 8 for us righties. Okay, Savoy now frame 2.
Chance to jump out to a quick lead. It's good.
Pretty good. Push. Trips a
Oh, he
10.
got it out. It's a big early break.
So that's 2 in a row that he's gone high flush on 29. You got to think Ryan's thinking of a move here. But how much of a move do you want to make? Because that's where this pattern gets you.
I think that one he got a little in.
Okay. Because that first shot on that lane was pretty high flush too.
It's wide.
Yeah, see him talking to himself like he didn't like that one off his hand.
Yeah.
It's one of those tough situations where you've been sitting for a while as a top seed. You've kind of seen it at all levels of bowling. Give it a
Looking
chance.
at it.
Maybe. Got it. The late hit of the 7 there. 'Cause it seems like he cut it too thin, and then the head pin kind of rolled in the flat gutter there and took it out.
It's a big spare that can, you know, help save a potential match here for him.
Again, big shout out to everyone tuning in today and all of our new subscribers. I do greatly appreciate that. We are in our championship match. Dustin Harold, frame 4. Takes a 10 late.
That's better. Feel like that's the kind of hit he's been getting all day.
All right, nice little break there to get him settled in after those 2 wide shots. Thankful to get through there clean anyways. Now Savoy working on a 3-bagger. Got a chance. Shot there. I had a conversation with Ryan not that long ago, and he mentioned to me about him and his wife purchased into the bowling center up there in Superior, Wisconsin. So if any of you are in that area, stop in and see them. Mentioned he had a tournament there. I think it was a weekend before the Manitoba Open that drew quite a few people. That I think Austin Descharme and Brady Stearns and Aaron Craig. I think Brady ended up winning that one, but a lot of good players up there. So told him we will have that tournament on our upcoming events list next season. So check that one out. Savoy Frame 5. Oh, takes the
There's the
9.
9. Nice.
Front 5 for Ryan Savoy. And he's looking comfortable.
Well, now's the time for your Dustin. You're still well in this match, but you need to throw a couple good ones here.
Yep, throw it just like he did there in the 4th. Pretty solid. I like it. Much better than the last one he threw on that lane. Again, following this match, Ken and I will have a word with our winner. Folks here at Northwood Bowl will hand out a couple trophies and a lot of money. $4,000 going to the first place winner. $2,500 for second. The timely telephone call here at Northwood Bowl. And a solid strike there for Harold.
Much needed 3-bagger right there to,
Yep.
you know, let Ryan still think about it a little bit.
Seems like that happens once a year on our show where somebody ends up calling to see maybe if we have open lanes here yet at Northwood Bowl or not, because they did say no open bowling until about 4 o'clock. Maybe they're checking to see, and just so happens to be in the title match. Looks good.
Yep. Ryan's splitting that rangefinder on 30.
So front 6 for Savoy, looking for his first shootout title. And first NDBowling.com major win.
Gotta push a little bit. That's perfect. Well, Dustin back up with pressure back on him.
Out working on a 3-bagger. Looks pretty good.
Got it out. All right, well.
Staying alive here. Gotta like how he's able to kind of right the ship there after that second and third frame. I was wondering if he wasn't quite comfortable, but those last 4 shots are pretty good.
Yeah, this is the key one right here. And it's perfect again.
All right, Dustin still has 267 left.
Yeah, by no means is this match over with.
Keeping the pressure. All right, Savoy working on the front 7, frame 8.
Yep.
Guy just won't blink, man. We saw it earlier over on 31-32. Reels off 290 in match play. That kind of got him going today. Got him vaulted up there into the top 5. And he's just kept going down here on this end of the house. Now front 8 here in the championship match.
Taking a little extra time here. Knows this is a big shot.
Rightfully so. For the front 9.
It's pretty close.
Little wide, gets the
Crumbles
carry.
the bucket out. What a huge shot and break that was.
Perhaps got a little fast. Didn't quite catch it at the bottom, but still carried out the bucket combination. And the front 9 for Ryan Savoy.
Well, I mean, at this point, it's Dustin needs every single one,
Yep.
and that forces a mark.
Yeah, imagine having the front 9, getting up in the 10th, and you still need a mark.
I mean, in our kind of setting, that doesn't happen.
It's got to be one of the highest scoring championship matches we've had here in Minot for many years.
Yeah, but still, I mean, for Dustin, 3 strikes. Like, I mean, that's what it has to be. 3
Yep, take your time.
strikes, and you still have a chance.
Oh no, 8 pin.
Doesn't fall, and
That's going to do it.
I mean, pretty much Ryan needs, just pins at this point. But I mean, I think at this point, that's not on his mind. Like I think he knows he won, but
Yeah, well, we'll
there's
see what happens.
just one more thing that he still has in front of him.
We'll see what happens. We're not going to mention that, Ken.
I didn't say anything. I said there's one more thing he has.
What, a drive home?
Well, that too. He's got 3 more shots.
Victory lap, we'll call it.
Yeah,
All right, a great tournament for Dustin Harold, 242 final. Ryan's just got to keep it on the lane.
I mean, you tell Dustin would you take 240 in the final? He'd be like, yes.
I would take that every single day. Yeah.
And I'll sit down and watch Ryan.
Dustin's been bowling great all season long. Definitely deserves to be where he is, and a $2,500 finish this weekend. Savoy, frame 10. Gets it wide, doesn't
Yeah.
carry the 2 this time, but a win for Ryan Savoy. So congratulations to him, and we will have a word with him shortly.
I think that was a fan.
You think so?
Yeah, it looked like he missed it in with projection and missed hit it. I might be wrong.
I guess we'll have a chance to ask him.
Yep. But either way, he's going to shoot 270 something with pins in the 10th frame, and that's that doesn't get beaten.
Again, we're going to get a word with Ryan Savoy here shortly, the winner of the 23rd annual Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout. Congratulations, Ryan.
279 in the final.
$4,000 winner. Let's update our bracket. The champion of the shootout, Ryan Savoy out of Superior, Wisconsin. And we're going to get a word with him shortly.
Gets a hug from his dad.
Looks like Rory and Jeff will give out some trophies and a little bit of money, and then we'll get a moment with Mr. Savoy.
Rory trying to console Dustin, who I'm sure is a little bit disappointed, but I mean, you got beat by a better game. He threw a great game himself.
All right, it's hard to compete with 279. Shout out to Rory, shout out to Jeff, Renee, everyone that's involved here at North Hill Bowl. I know Scott was working in the back in the machines. Ashley in the back working with the money. The Rory's kids working here as well. There's Addie taking the picture. A big shout out to everyone who helped make this tournament possible. It's always a good weekend, from everyone in the restaurant to the lounge. Everyone here in the building, they've done such a great job once again, and we look forward to being back. If anyone has any questions for Ryan, throw them in the chat room or send your congratulations as well. We'll get a word with him here in a moment. He's getting a trophy, a big check, and a little check.
Which do you think matters most to him?
Oh, come on. Everyone loves a cardboard check.
Don't even have to tell him he's coming back here.
Yeah, he better come back here. All right, we're going to bring it on into the booth here. Ryan, can you hear me?
Yep.
Awesome. Let's bring the stream into the booth. Champion of the 23rd Annual Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout, Ryan Savoy. How does that sound?
Pretty good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So take me through your weekend. Let's see. On Saturday, where'd you qualify?
It was a rough start.
Yeah, Ken said you started out rough, 161, but you got to 57 over. So what did you change yesterday that kind of got you there into the cut?
I guess I got to give some props to Chad Nelson because
Okay.
he's bowling next to me, a teammate of mine, and I kept just bumping ideas off his head, and he knows my game pretty well. So I guess, yeah, Chad helped me out with ball choices and where to be, and I snuck in.
Yeah, it looks like you were throwing the Ion Pro in the final there.
Yep.
Did you throw that for a majority of the weekend, or?
Not those first. I threw it quite a bit on Saturday, and then I switched. But today it was a lot of the Ion and my old trusty Night Road that I used.
The Night Road, yeah, I mentioned that. I was like,
Yep.
I'm pretty sure you was throwing the Night Road a few years
Yeah.
ago on our show. But
Yep.
so in match play, you came over here and had 290 in front of us on a pair that Ken and I were like, man, that pair's ugly. It was
Really?
gross. And then you
Yeah,
come over here and start reeling off. And then you, in the position round, you started striking again. I was like, this
Yeah.
guy's got like 14 in a row on that pair. I bet he wishes the Stepladder was
Yeah.
over there. But
Yeah.
what did you see there?
I just had a really good ball reaction there, and I think, like I said, that Night Road, old trusty, it doesn't read the mid lane a lot.
Yep.
And I feel like I struggled with that today, and I guess more or less yesterday, seeing something that read mid pretty heavily. So that ball it just gave me a big area. The ball made me look pretty good.
Yeah. We had 279 in the final.
Yeah.
Did you have any sort of strategy in the championship match against Dustin? You had the whole right side to yourself, so.
Yeah, not really. I just knew he was going to shoot a really good game, so I just really trusted my process and just made sure I made good shots because I knew he was going to shoot a pretty dang good game.
Right,
And he did.
So then on the left lane, the first two shots you threw were pretty heavy in the pocket. Did you make a move there on the left lane at all?
Yeah, I actually moved a little left on both lanes a little bit.
Okay.
And a few times I gassed it a little bit and it crumbled the pocket.
Yeah, the bucket one on the
Yeah,
29 there, yep.
Yeah, but if I had just stayed soft, that was a big thing.
So what did you do there in the 10th frame on 30 on that
Just
first
gassed
ball?
it a
You
little.
did?
Oh, yeah. A little, probably emotions.
Yeah, a little amped
little
up.
bit,
I would be too.
Yeah.
Ken, any final thoughts for Ryan?
No, it was fun watching you yesterday. Yeah, you said rough start, but good to see the winner came out of our pair, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like every year in this tournament I always have a rough start. I know one year I started off I don't even know. I was at the bottom.
Right, we were talking about that.
Yeah.
I was like, I remember him in the hundreds.
Yeah.
And then you went crazy the last 5 and ended up making it. Weren't you
Yeah.
like the number 2? Like I felt like
yes,
you were.
yeah, because I remember Jeff came over to my dad and like flipped the sheet over and said, "Hey, your son's leading." Yeah.
Yeah, because you were.
On the back. Yep. So I mean, it's nice having a low scoring, harder shot because I mean, if you do struggle a little bit, you just throw some decent games together, and you can get up there pretty quickly again.
Yeah, so nice. You get a nice trophy, $4,000 to take home to Superior. I know you and I had a conversation not that long ago about you and your wife buying into the bowling center up there, right?
Yep. We bought in with Jeff and JJ back home, and I mean, I think that's helped a little bit too now because I've been bowling a little bit more
Really?
than I usually do. Yeah, so just subbing in league and stuff, if I'm around there, and I think that helps because I've never really bowled a ton. So, but this year by far, I think I've probably bowled the most. So.
Very nice. And you have that tournament you ran up there the week before, Manitoba, that we were talking about. You're going to run that again early January next year?
Yep. It'll be the first week in January again. So first.
Very
weekend.
nice. So those watching, check that out if you're near the Superior area or not. I mean, it's giving away a lot of money. I know that.
Yep. And I got to give a big shout out to my wife and daughter. I know they had it on the bowling alley over there, and we got a little tournament going on over there, so I'm sure some folks are watching. So.
Oh yeah, we had a lot of
shout out
people.
to them, yeah.
There's a lot of people in the chat room right now saying congrats to you. So congratulations, it was awesome to watch. And I'm gonna grab a picture with you after we shut everything down here and have a safe drive home.
All right, thank you. Appreciate
Congrats,
it.
Ryan.
Thank you.
Ryan Savoy, winner of the 23rd annual Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout. Ken, any final thoughts?
Just another exciting stepladder final. Hey, you can actually get in the shot. I mean, as much as we rave about, the Brady Stearns of the world, the guys that we see all, every time that they're here, Brady finished 6th here. It's fun to see somebody who hasn't won and somebody like Ryan who's very deserving because he's just that good.
Absolutely, and we've seen him before. The guy's a very solid bowler, and to see him not only take control of the matches, but 279. Like that's pretty impressive to do that in that setting. So
yeah, very much. I mean, he didn't miss a shot really for those 2 games in the stepladder finals that he bowled,
and he didn't much in the position round one either. So
yeah, I mean, when he needed it, he had it, and great job for him. Dustin had a great week, and I mean, you shoot 240 and lose, and you just tip your cap.
That's absolutely, man. Shout out to Dustin, man. He led by a lot today and throws up 240 in the final. It's just you ran into a buzzsaw.
Yep.
Can you say?
Yep, exactly.
That's going to do it for me and Ken. For everyone here at North Hill Bowl, from Rory to Jeff to Renee, everyone in the lounge, everyone working behind the scenes, to the volunteers, the entire Craig family, you name it. Big thanks to them. Everything ran very smoothly.
Yep.
For NDBowling.com, I'm Darren Sini, alongside Ken Fletcher, saying goodnight from Minot, and we'll see you March 1st at the NDBowling.com Classic in Moorhead. Good night.